Chapter 3197. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Goddamned Hob. The next morning, Yi Xian got up and left the purple bamboo forest. As for the devouring doppelganger, it stayed behind and hid all of its aura, lying dormant under the bamboo forest. He didn't change his red wedding robe at all, and it was directly turned into powder. After leaving the bamboo forest, he casually strolled in the surrounding secluded areas, as if the lively scene on the peak of the giant mountain had nothing to do with him. At this time, the inside and outside of the main hall of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates, which was located in the central area of the giant mountain peak, was already bustling with noise and excitement. The large square outside the hall was filled with people. Although there weren't many people in the hall, they were all high-level leaders of various forces and clans. The lineup was quite luxurious. Tian Chenzi was full of smiles as he sat in the seat of honor in the middle of the main hall. The row on the left was filled with guests from the other 9 palaces, who were at least at the level of Deputy Palace Master. The row on the right was from various forces and clans outside the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace. Among them, the imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, who represented the immortal dynasty, sat close to Tian Chenzi. Below him were the high-level representatives of the Second Universe's Federation, such as the Yinji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. There were more than 10 of them. This result didn't include the many accompanying experts standing behind them. Otherwise, there would be more people. All of them had a straight face and looked quite unfriendly. Even Long Ziwen, who belonged to the same human clan as the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, had a dark expression. He was waiting for Yi Xian to appear so that he could interrogate him on the spot. The other experts of the Second Universe's Federation also had the same thought. Yi Xian was the only survivor among all the experts who entered the death and death spiral. They had to ask Yi Xian face to face regarding the secrets and inside information. However, the latter had yet to appear. Even if they were angry, they could only force themselves to hold it in. Otherwise, without solid evidence, they couldn't find any clues. It would be rude to disturb the situation, and it would be unreasonable. Brother Tian Chenzi, Long Xian is the main character today. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Isn't this a little neglectful of the guests? As if he was getting impatient from waiting, a high-ranking member of the Ox-Head race snorted and went straight to the point, asking about Prince Xian. Tian Chenzi subconsciously furrowed his brows. He had already sent people to search for him. They should have found him by now, but for some reason, he still hadn't shown himself. Just at this moment, Yi Xian, who was dressed in a white robe, slowly walked in from the main entrance of the 6th palace as if he was strolling idly. He was dressed in plain white clothes, and it was impossible to tell that he was the main character of today's wedding banquet. His expression was also extremely indifferent, without a trace of joy. Tian Chenzi furrowed his brows once again. The anger in his heart had already started to boil. This brat seemed to be a thorn in his side. He needed to be taught a lesson. Deliberately not wearing a festive red robe, this was clearly going against him, wanting to embarrass him. 18th brother, how dare you? Without waiting for Tian Chenzi to speak, Long Ziwen, who was sitting to his right, glared at him and suddenly scolded, as a direct descendant of the immortal royal family, who allowed you to privately form a marriage alliance with others. Do you still have any respect for the Dorm Elder Pavilion? Humph, you were just sent to the Death Star Zone, and you immediately left the place of your own accord. Are you trying to betray the royal family? This interrogation was extremely harsh. The moment he opened his mouth, it was the crime of betrayal. Long Ziwen's attack at this moment was not only to embarrass Tian Chenzi, but also because of his personal grudge with Yi Xian. The dozen or so high-ranking members of the Federation of the Second Universe looked at each other. They were not in a hurry and just watched coldly. The high-ranking members of the Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp on the left were like Tian Chenzi. Their faces darkened. They were all from the human race, and Long Siwen had come on behalf of the immortal royal family. His attack at this moment was clearly the royal family's intention. This was not giving them any face. Among them, Murong-ju, the master of the 7th palace of the 10 ultimates, who was on good terms with Tian Qianzi, harumphed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could reply coldly, Yi Xian, who'd already stepped into the main hall, curled his lips and choked. He rolled his eyes and glared at Long Siwen. "You old bastard, you really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Which eye of yours saw me privately forming a marriage alliance with others? And who told you that this prince deliberately left the Death Star field? Has your brain been eaten by a rock in a latrine pit? That day, so many people saw me helplessly hide in the Death Star vortex and then appear in the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. Can't you see the trick behind this? Do you really think that I want to come to this wretched place? If I didn't accidentally fall into a trap while running for my life, how could I have been teleported here? To think that you are an elder of the imperial family. When you saw the juniors of the imperial family being detained and imprisoned by others, you didn't even think about rescuing them. Instead, you scolded your own people first, calling you cheap and praising you. Hua!" Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, the hall was already in an uproar and completely exploded. The meaning of his words was already very obvious. The so-called marriage alliance was simply forged, and it was not his intention at all. More importantly, these words also revealed the reason why Yi Xian appeared in the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. He was actually teleported directly from the Death Star vortex. However, within the Death Star vortex, the upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe had already carefully investigated it and did not see the so-called teleportation array at all. From the looks of it, it was clearly a one-time one-way teleportation array. Such a teleportation array had inexplicably appeared in the Death Star vortex, and the destination of the teleportation was the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. Even if this was not irrefutable evidence, it could at least be listed as a major point of suspicion. The upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe immediately perked up. They had finally found conclusive evidence. For a time, the auras in these people's bodies surged, and their eyes shone with a bright light. They all turned their heads and looked at Tian Qianzi, who was sitting at the top of the main hall. As for the latter, at this moment, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He opened his mouth wide in shock as he stared blankly at Yi Xian, who had an indifferent expression on his face. His entire mind was in a complete mess. This brat. Was he not afraid of death? He actually dared to reveal the truth in public. Could it be that he had forgotten that he was the one who personally cleaned up the killing void array to silence them? What are you staring at? You can't be dumbfounded, right? This prince hasn't finished speaking yet. Turning his head to look at Tian Qianzi, Yi Xian curled his lips again. He raised his hand and pointed at Tian Qianzi, saying, "This old bastard is not a good person." He wanted to use this prince to relieve the pressure, but he was worried that this prince would not like his ugly daughter. In the end, he played dirty and threw this prince directly into the void-killing array on the north side of the peak. They destroyed most of the thousands of battleships, fortresses, and strongholds inside, but they deliberately left a few small fries for this prince to clean up. Saying that it was a sign of allegiance, did they really think this prince would be scared? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy main hall instantly exploded. This time, apart from Tian Qianzi and the upper echelons of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, even the upper echelons of the various races of the Federation on the right side of the main hall, including Long Siwen, looked at Yi Xian differently. There was a strong sense of strangeness. Chapter 3198. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. How infuriating. As Yi Xian threw out one bomb after another, the entire 6th palace's main hall was in an uproar. Everything happened too suddenly. Not to mention Tian Qianzi and the other higher-ups of the Celestial Palace, even the higher-ups from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, as well as the Imperial Elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty, were completely at a loss. Their minds were in chaos, and for a moment, they did not know how to react. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang, who was dressed in red and had a red veil covering her face, walked in from the side of the main hall under the protection of more than a dozen personal maids. Just as she stepped into the hall, she happened to hear Yi Xian's words. Therefore, as her body shook violently, Zhao Lingyang immediately stopped in her tracks. She was stunned for a moment or so, then she covered her face and sobbed, turned around, and ran away. Miss, wait. This is too infuriating. This guy actually called you an ugly ghost, could it be that he's blind? This is too disappointing. Prince Xian, you actually dared to bully Sister Lingyang. Little Huan will never like you again. More than a dozen maids stamped their feet. Some of them directly chased after her, while others turned around and glared fiercely at Yi Xian. After leaving behind some words, they turned around and left. Long Xian, you've gone too far. You're killing me. Before Yi Xian could react, Tian Qianzi, who was sitting at the head of the main hall, suddenly stood up in shock. His face was ashen, and his eyes were bursting with an undisguised strong killing intent. As he roared, he waved his hand, and the huge Sixth Palace's main hall strangely disappeared in an instant. The surrounding environment had completely changed. Although they were still in the central territory at the peak of the giant mountain, there was a continuous rumbling of thunder above their heads. Thunderclouds rolled, and a murderous aura rose. The great protective array of the Sixth Palace was fully activated, and everyone in the main hall was enveloped by the power of the great array. Almost at the same time, Tian Qianzi, who had stood up in shock, and the other 9 upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace suddenly withdrew. Their figures hid within the sect-protecting array of the Sixth Palace, appearing and disappearing within the lingering mist of the array, making it difficult to see clearly. In the distance, the disciples of the Sixth Palace who were in charge of different affairs also shot out. They were naturally very familiar with the great protective formation of their own sect. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only the higher-ups of the Federation of the Second Universe, who were originally sitting on the right side of the main hall of the Sixth Palace, and the accompanying experts were left outside the hall. There were hundreds of experts in total, including Long Ziwen and Yi Xian. Caught off guard, they were all trapped in the great protective array of the Sixth Palace. This was clearly the rhythm of silencing them on the spot after they were exposed. Although it was difficult to clean up the aftermath, it was better than having the truth exposed on the spot. If that was the case, the Sixth Palace of the 10 Ultimates would become the target of public criticism in the entire Wanluo Federation. No, they had to include the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan. In this way, there would be no place for them in the 3 universes. Even the entire 10 Ultimates' Heavenly Palace would be implicated and would be affected. Because of this, when Tian Qianzi suddenly made up his mind to take such a risk, although the 9 upper echelons from the other Heavenly Palaces were shocked and even unwilling, none of them really objected. This was a matter of great importance, and they could not be considerate. As the huge main hall of the Sixth Palace disappeared in an instant, the roar of thunder resounded in the sky, and an invisible pressure poured down. The accompanying experts of the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation, who were originally outside the main hall, had already gathered behind Long Ziwen and the other top experts. Only Yi Xian stood alone on the other side of the Peak Ouyang domain, as if he was unwilling to be associated with them. He stood alone and proudly opposite them. There was no surprise or joy on his face, and he was calm and indifferent. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of peerless and independent supreme aura that made people look askance. It was also at this time that the group of Cosmic Light Realm experts, including Long Ziwen, after their faces darkened, the cultivation in their bodies instantly surged, and they had already raised their voices and reprimanded sternly. Tian Qianzi, is your sixth palace going to betray and become an enemy of the entire Federation? In my opinion, I'm afraid it's not just the sixth palace, right? I'm afraid that the entire Tenju celestial palaces has the same intention. Are the two camps of the human clan finally going to split? From now on, the Federation will have one more enemy, the human clan's camp of cultivators? I advise you not to make a mistake. In order to cover up your mistakes, you didn't hesitate to drag the huge sixth palace and even the entire Tenju celestial palaces down with you. Tian Qianzi, have you thought it through? Do you really have the strength to kill us all in one fell swoop? Fortunately, the Yinji clan and the Wood Spirit clan sent two supreme experts of the universe realm. Otherwise, wouldn't we really have to die here today? Afterward, they can make up whatever they want. In the face of the unexpected change in front of them, although the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation from the second universe were furious, they did not panic. Following the sound of mockery and ridicule, a tall, white-bearded old man in a silver robe and a middle-aged strong man with green hair and a beard under his cheeks stepped forward with a sneer and walked to the front of the crowd. These two experts were the core high-level members of the Yinji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. They both had the terrifying cultivation of the 15th realm, the universe realm. Like Tian Qianzi, they were supreme experts of the universe realm. Existences of this level could not be completely wiped out by the sect-protecting formation of the sixth palace of the Tenju celestial palaces. Even if they were severely injured, they could still escape with injuries. With the two of them present, it was clearly unrealistic for Tian Qianzi to think of killing them to silence them. He might have done so out of impulse. Now that he was reminded by these words, he probably regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. This was clearly a bad move, and it was extremely bad. Sure enough, after a short silence, in the depths of the sixth palace's sect-protecting formation in the distance, the gloomy-faced Tian Qianzi quickly appeared and stepped out. Behind him were 9 people, who were the high-level members of the other 9 palaces. Their faces were even uglier than Tian Qianzi's. Those who did not know better would think that they had just eaten a dead baby. They were full of bad luck and resentment. Fellow friends, you have misunderstood. You are all guests from afar. How can the sixth palace be negligent? As for the matter of silencing them, it is even more nonsense. It is purely a misunderstanding. After cupping his hands, Tian Qianzi forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. After saying that, he suddenly changed the topic, and a cold light burst out from his eyes as he glared at Yi Xian, who was standing in front of the various experts. The reason why I activated the sect-protecting formation was because I was worried that this thief would escape. This person harbored evil intentions, and kept saying that he was looking up to my beloved daughter, saying that he was willing to marry into the sixth palace. Who would have thought that he would turn his back on me in public today? And even said some things that were not true, clearly wanting to disrupt the harmony between the various races of the Federation. His heart is to be killed, and he must be taken down today. Chapter 3199. Just destroy the formation and blow it up. Tian Qianzi, no matter how wrong Long Xian is, he is still a direct descendant of my eternal dynasty. How can we allow you to bully the weak and capture him as you please? Without waiting for Tian Qianzi's explosive shout to finish, the face of the elder Long Ziwen, who represented the immortal dynasty, had already sunk as he retorted in a stern voice. Although he had a personal grudge with Yi Xian, he still had to protect the face of the royal family of the eternal dynasty under such circumstances, even if it was just for show. What are you saying, fellow Daoist Ziwen? Long Xian harbored evil intentions, framed me, and wanted to bring chaos to the sixth palace. How can I not do anything about it? At worst, we won't hurt him. We'll just hand him over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for a public trial. Besides that, this exalted one is an almighty figure of the universe. How can I personally deal with such a junior? Tian Qianzi seemed to have seen through Long Ziwen's perfunctory intentions and smiled faintly. He pointed to a blue-robed young man behind him and said, "This battle will be fought by Gu Daozi. He is also a new junior and his cultivation is also at the Black Hole realm. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" Long Ziwen frowned and seemed to be lost in thought. However, Yi Xian could tell at a glance that this was obviously a pretense. It was obvious that he was going with the flow and didn't want to interfere in this matter anymore. He immediately snorted coldly but did not point it out. Instead, he curled his lips and revealed a look of disdain. Anyone could see what he meant. Long Ziwen's old face was slightly hot, but he pretended not to see it. Seeing that he didn't say anything else, the upper echelons of the various clans from the second universe secretly sneered. They walked out from the crowd and stood in front of the two supreme beings of the universe. The silver-robed old man from the Yinji clan snorted lightly. He ignored Tian Qianzi and turned to look at Yi Xian. "Child of the Long family, since your temper is to my liking, if you can tell me everything that happened in the Death Star vortex in detail and provide me with some clues, I will guarantee your safety. Even if there is a dispute, I can guarantee that I will hand you over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for investigation and public trial. I will never let you fall into the hands of evil people. I should thank you, Senior. However, I'm afraid that the 6th Palace of the 10 Absolutes won't be able to keep me here. You don't have to worry about it." After cupping his hands, Yi Xian still had a carefree expression and didn't care in the slightest. He actually directly refused the good intentions of this great figure from the Yinji clan. When he saw the great figure frown when he heard this, he immediately continued. "As for everything within the Death Stellar Vortex, I've indeed seen and heard it, so I'll naturally speak frankly. The truth cannot be hidden forever. All the battleships that hid in the Death Vortex of stars, including the powerful warriors in the universe, have indeed died. Only I and Tian Qianzi's devouring clone are left. The Death Stellar Vortex of stars nurtured a large crystal egg. Its entire body was the devouring origin crystal. After we entered, perhaps because Tian Qianzi's primordial spirit had already entered the egg, the giant egg immediately exploded. A crystal body appeared, opened its eyes, and used its devouring ability to tear apart all the battleships on the spot. All the experts who fell out of the battleships were sucked dry. And the reason why I was left behind, as you can see, was because Tian Qianzi had prepared an overt scheme to resolve the crisis. After all, in order to nurture his devouring clone, the entire vast star region had turned into a land of death. It was truly a great disturbance. He was afraid that this matter would blow up, so I escaped with my life. I was captured by the devouring clone, stepped into the one-way transmission formation, and returned to the 6th Palace. Oh, that's right, he still has a backup plan. The appearance of the devouring doppelganger, this old guy actually changed it to look like this junior. Obviously, he is preparing to blame this junior when this matter is exposed. This is something that I have to explain in advance. There were lies in these words. As long as Yi Xian's devouring clone was not captured, no one would know the truth. But it was clear that everyone was inclined to believe Yi Xian's words. Even the higher-ups of the other 9 palaces behind Tian Qianzi frowned and looked displeased. They were obviously blaming Tian Qianzi for hiding something from them. The devouring clone was clearly in his hands, but he said that Long Xian had taken it away. I see. What a big deal. He paid the price of the destruction of an entire star region just to nurture a clone of yours. Tian Qianzi, aren't you afraid of angering the public? There have been rumors in the outside world that Tian Qianzi's status in the 6th Palace is very high, far higher than his status in the Shao Palace. It is suspected that this is a clone of Tian Qianzi, and it seems that it has been confirmed. The primordial spirit in this clone was prepared by him for the devouring clone. That's right. No wonder Tian Qianzi did not hesitate to self-destruct that day. It turns out that the body was already something that could be given up. Later on, the primordial spirit did indeed rush into the Death Star vortex. Even the child of the Long family could come to the sixth palace through the teleportation formation. How could Tianqinzi not know? Why did he not appear today? With the means of Tianqinzi, what is it to reconstruct a body for the Shao Palace? It is obvious that the primordial spirit has already entered the devouring clone. Quickly hand it over. As these words came out from the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the Second Universe, Yi Xian's words were completely confirmed. It was unreasonable. Even if Tianqinzi had 100 mouths, he would not be able to defend himself. Pfft! Little brat, you are slandering me. What are you waiting for? If you don't do something, I will kill you on the spot. You are killing me. Yi Xian's trick really angered Tianqinzi. Even the higher-ups of the 9 palaces next to him were suspicious. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He immediately roared. The last roar was obviously directed at the blue-robed young man. The latter's body trembled, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and rushed out, heading straight for Yi Xian. Whoosh! The power of the perfect level 9 black holes surged out of the blue-robed young man's body like a giant waterfall. It instantly turned into a giant hand that was about 100 feet long. It covered the sky and the earth and slammed down on Yi Xian. Rumble. At the same time, the sound of thunder came again from the top of the giant mountain. The great protective array of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates actually responded at this moment and released an invisible pressure that pressed down on Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the 10 ultimates immediately cried out softly. How can a mere black hole realm junior of the 6 palaces have such means? He can actually summon the great protective array to assist him. Only the deputy palace master can have such authority. Too shameless, Tianqinzi. Do you dare say that this blue-robed young man is not another one of your clones? How can a perfect level 9 black hole use such a method against a level 1 black hole? How shameless! Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. No wonder Tianqinzi dared to send a black hole realm cultivator to deal with him. How could he not know that he had killed an origin realm cultivator before? After all this time, he was waiting here. Chapter 3200. One arrow collapses the heavens, break the formation. Just blow it up with one arrow. Hearing these words, the surrounding experts were all stunned, their expressions becoming strange. The broken formation Yi Xian was talking about was the ancestral land great protective formation of the 6th absolute palace. It was probably not much weaker than the star defensive formation of the immortal royal capital's immortal star. Yet, here he was, saying that he could break it with one arrow. This was absolutely impossible. No one took it seriously. Some of the experts had already curled their lips when they came to their senses. Some of them even sneered sarcastically. At the same time, the front end of Yi Xian's raised left arm suddenly blazed with brilliance. A giant golden bow in the form of energy appeared without warning. Yi Xian held the bow in his hand. The shape of the giant bow was simple and ferocious. The bow's body was clearly the body of 2 humanoid creatures. Yi Xian held their connected feet in his hand. What connected the energy bowstrings were the 2 humanoid spirits' gaping mouths. Wang. Following the appearance of the giant golden bow, a golden light flashed in the middle of the bowstring. A dazzling golden energy arrow quickly condensed. As the arrow was drawn and released, an extremely sharp and invisible intent instantly burst out, causing one's scalp to go numb and giving birth to an inexplicably strong sense of oppression. The arrow was still on the bowstring, but it already showed an unstoppable momentum. This is a divine ability. What a sharp arrow intent. It seems to be able to cut through everything. It has a terrifying pressure that can reach the heavens. What kind of divine ability is this? This energy arrow seems to contain an incomparably majestic force. It has the aura of cultivation, the power of blood and qi, and even a faint vitality. Heavens, is Long Xian crazy? Although the power of this divine ability is impressive, the price is too high. After shooting this arrow, will he still be able to stand steadily? All around, many experts spoke out in surprise. Some cried out in alarm, while others whispered. When Yi Xian heard this, his mind was not shaken in the slightest. This arrow had indeed absorbed a large amount of cultivation energy from his body, and even a little bit of his life force had been injected into it. However, the current Yi Xian was far from what he used to be. In a short period of time, after experiencing 2 large increases in cultivation, his foundation was already extremely strong. Although he was still unable to display the strongest power of the divine ability of the heaven-falling bow, he could completely control the amount of energy he consumed when shooting the arrow. He did not use his full strength for this arrow. He poured about 80% of his cultivation power, the same amount of spiritual power, and a little bit of his physical qi, and even weaker vitality. The arrow shot seemed to have a miraculous effect, as if it was a part of flesh and blood, as if it was an arm, as if it was a finger's finger. Swish! As Yi Xian released the 3 fingers on his right hand, the energy arrow that was already fully drawn instantly whistled through the air, causing an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. As if it had teleported, it directly arrived in the sky above and pierced into the palm of the giant palm of cultivation. Boom! Without any suspense, the huge hand of cultivation suddenly exploded. The blue-robed young man suspected to be Tian Qinzi's clone opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face immediately became as pale as paper, tottering on the verge of collapse. Under the backlash, he had been heavily injured, losing all of his battle prowess. But this was far from over. As the blue-robed young man's giant palm exploded, the golden energy arrow that pierced through the palm streaked through the air like the fastest meteor. Its sharpness did not diminish in the slightest, and it instantly plunged into the surging thunderclouds even higher up in the sky. Immediately after, a series of even more violent explosions rang out, resounding endlessly, and the entire giant peak seemed to shake a few times. The layer of rolling thunderclouds in the sky that was condensed from the supreme array power of the sect protecting great formation of the 6th palace of 10 absolutes was completely penetrated, and a hole with a diameter of about 10,000 feet appeared, as if a gap had collapsed in the sky. A single arrow had collapsed the sky. The scene shocked everyone. Even Tian Qianzi, the silver-robed old man from the Federation of the Second Universe, and the green-haired man, opened their mouths reflexively and slightly raised their heads to look at the sky. Shock was written all over their faces. When this arrow was shot out, they could clearly feel the change in Yi Xian's cultivation. The originally abundant cultivation energy instantly disappeared by 80 to 90%, but even so, he was only in existence that had just entered the 8th level of the Starry Sky realm, and was only at the 1st level of the Black Hole realm. Even if his physical strength and cultivation were to be completely exhausted, it would still be impossible for him to possess such terrifying power. Even a supreme almighty of the universe realm would need to use his full strength to break the sect-protecting array of the 6th absolute palace. What a weird technique. Not only is it able to instantly condense and compress one's cultivation base into an arrow for a killing blow, but it also has an invisible amplification effect, greatly increasing the power of the arrow. This is a desperate attack that far surpasses one's cultivation base, and it already has the qualifications to be a trump card. That's right. It's indeed shocking. The attack of a black hole state cultivator has an effect close to that of a universe state cultivator. Its power is at least hundreds of times stronger. It's too shocking. The silver-robed old man and the green-haired man exclaimed in shock. There was even envy in their eyes. The power of the arrow was truly amazing. If they could master it, not only would they be invincible in the same level, but they would also be able to kill the 16th level experts of the star state, who had surpassed the universe state. As expected of the best of the younger generation of the dynasty. You do have some skills. Unfortunately, although this technique is amazing and terrifying, it's like a broken boat. Once the arrow is shot, you won't be able to continue the battle. In the distance, Tian Qianzi was still in the thick fog of the protective formation at the edge of the mountain peak. His figure was faintly visible, and there was also a hint of greed in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision as he spoke. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. How dare you destroy my protective formation? I won't let you go today. I must suppress you. Boom. Thunder rumbled, but Tian Qianzi didn't move. He only slightly raised his hand and formed a seal in the air, causing a 3,000-meter-long claw to appear out of thin air. It enveloped Yi Xian's body like a cage and quickly closed. He clearly wanted to take advantage of the fact that the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man were unprepared to capture Yi Xian at lightning speed. Aside from the great hatred in his heart, the main reason was probably because he had his eyes on Yi Xian's heaven-falling Bao divine ability. He wanted to interrogate the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man before they could make a decision. Don't you think your table manners are too ugly? In order to get this prince's fallen sky Bao, you don't even care about the face of the universe state. Yi Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold and his voice became sharp. Since even the universe state doesn't care about face, what else do I have to worry about? You only have yourself to blame for everything. Don't blame me later. The great calamity of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates today is all because of you. As soon as he said this, there were exclamations all around. What was going on? Did he have more powerful means? Chapter 3201. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Wither Purple Bamboo Forest, 100 meters underground. Just as Yi Xian took out the fallen sky Bao and shocked everyone with his arrow, the devouring avatar, who had been hiding under the bamboo forest, also took action at the same time. His figure quickly descended, approaching the immortal purple spirit root that was 1,000 meters below. This action was also very important. Once he successfully obtained the immortal purple spirit root and quickly refined it, Yi Xian's system title exploration mission would be completed instantly. At that time, even if his original body was in trouble in the Peak Central Territory, he could activate the universe coordinate jump ability at any time. Just this alone would make him invincible. The distance of 1,000 meters was passed in the blink of an eye. The devouring avatar, who was diving quickly, suddenly stopped. About 10 meters to the right, a purple root that was half a palm long and 2 fingers thick came into sight. To be named after the immortal, this thing was obviously extraordinary. The purple gold brilliance was restrained, and the surface of the spirit root was covered with mottled lines, exuding a thick and ancient aura. After a slight hesitation, the devouring avatar suddenly made a move. The devouring talent was fully activated, and an invisible force wrapped around the immortal purple spirit root and pulled it closer in an instant. Rumble, almost at the same time, deep in the ground under his feet, a dull roar suddenly came, and the surrounding soil and rocks gently shook. It felt as if there was a terrifying giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years under the ground, and at this moment, it was suddenly disturbed. The giant beast turned over, and the earth was turned upside down. What was even worse was that with this huge roar coming from the depths below, the immortal purple spiritual root that was wrapped by the avatar with an invisible devouring force and was about to be absorbed into the avatar's body to start refining suddenly became incomparably heavy at this moment. It seemed to be connected with the entire giant peak, and it was difficult to move for a while. It couldn't be absorbed into the body. The expression of the avatar suddenly changed, and his heart sank. He gritted his teeth and was about to make a move again, using all his strength to forcibly absorb the immortal purple spirit root. From between his eyebrows, a small exquisite tower of about 3 inches suddenly appeared, protruding out like a vertical eye, embedded in the middle of the avatar's eyebrows. It was the Tower of Desolation that was moved into the Avatar's body by the headless baby corpse. For some reason, at this moment, it appeared on its own initiative and began to show its power. Hua, the sound of a waterfall suddenly rang out, and a grey chaotic fog poured out from the Tower of Desolation. Like a mini river, it quickly flowed and fell on the immortal purple spiritual root in front of the devouring treasured body. Without waiting for the devouring treasure body to come back to its senses, the grey chaotic fog had already wrapped around the immortal purple spiritual root. In an instant, it retreated into the Tower of Desolation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After that, the small pagoda disappeared from the space between the clone's eyebrows and went back into his body. Screech! Rumble! At the same time, in the depths of the ground below, there was another roar. It was far louder than before, and there was even a sharp cry like a phoenix. The surrounding soil and rocks shook even more violently. The giant beast did not just turn over, but seemed to want to break out of the ground and rush up. What was even worse was that with the sound of the phoenix's screech, the surrounding soil and rocks were also affected by some kind of force, becoming extremely tight. In an instant, it gave the Avatar a feeling of being trapped in a sticky swamp, and it was unable to quickly escape. In addition, there were countless thick and thin purple roots spreading out from all directions. They should be the roots of the countless purple bamboos in the purple bamboo forest on the ground above. They were not visible before, but now they suddenly appeared together as if they had a life of their own. They intertwined together to form a large net, surrounding him from all directions. This was clearly the rhythm of not being able to escape even if he had wings. The complexion of the Avatar changed again. He hesitated for less than half a second, but then he clenched his teeth and made a decision. He activated his devouring innate skill again, and an invisible devouring force burst out of his body. This time, there was no specific target. In the blink of an eye, a vortex black hole with a diameter of 10 feet appeared around his body, enveloping the Avatar. His body disappeared as he hid in the vortex black hole. The next moment, some of the soil and rocks closest to the vortex black hole quietly loosened, and the mysterious force on them was swallowed up, so they were no longer like a sticky swamp that bound creatures. Whistling from the upper right, the first dozens of purple bamboo roots that approached from the upper right also suddenly stopped at this moment without any suspense. The originally extremely rich purple in the roots quickly dimmed, and the energy was swallowed up, invisibly sinking into the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. They withered in an instant. Moreover, this strange momentum of defeat was still rapidly spreading outwards, and the range of its influence was gradually increasing. Screech! Screech! Rumble! In the depths of the ground below, the angry roar like the cry of a phoenix came again, 2 times in a row. All the soil and rocks were no longer just shaking, but began to undulate like waves in the sea. There were waves, and there were waves. There was no doubt that the entire giant peak was affected, and it shook easily. If the underground was so turbulent, the ground above must have already been shaking. With such a big movement, this was definitely not a giant beast turning over. The endless huge shadow in the depths of the ground should be struggling with all its might, and it was about to completely recover. At that time, it would break out of the ground, and its real body would soar into the sky and descend. The Avatar, who hid in the vortex black hole, seemed to feel the danger. Although its figure did not appear, it urged the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. While it was swallowing the energy in the soil, rocks, and purple bamboo roots, it slowly but continuously floated up. The aura from below was getting stronger and stronger, and it was too terrifying. It could not stay here any longer, on the ground, in the central area of the peak. Just as the immortal purple spiritual root was successfully absorbed by the chaotic gray fog from the Tower of Antiquity and refined in an instant, Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal purple spiritual root. Grade, Starry Sky Treasure. Quality, innate spiritual root. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the immortal purple spiritual root. System title exploration task completed. Current title, Interstellar Trailblazer. Interstellar Trailblazer, this title has a halo effect. On the basis of the original title of the first 3 levels, it adds a primary plane coordinate jump ability. Primary plane coordinate jump, the system ability to perform a coordinate jump between different universe planes, ignoring the barriers of the universe planes, and directly jump to the destination. The primary level is limited to the adjacent universe planes connected by the universe wormholes. Ding! The system explanation is complete. Do you want to perform the coordinate jump immediately? Did I succeed? Yi Xian was instantly energized. In such a short time, not only did he obtain a section of the innate spiritual root, which was a starry sky treasure, but he also obtained the coordinate jump ability to cross the universe planes. Chapter 3202. Seal Demon Subduing Leader, what happened? There seems to be movement underground, and it doesn't seem to be small. Damn it, it's actually the purple bamboo forest. Stinking brat, what did you do? This sovereign has an extremely bad feeling, as if something big is about to happen. Following the sound of the system beep in Yi Xian's mind, the first rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. The surrounding experts even felt the ground beneath their feet slightly shake. After being stunned for a moment, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. As for the palace master of the 6th palace, Tian Chenzi, his expression suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were about to split open as he stared at Yi Xian and roared. At the same time, the 3,000-meter-long claw print condensed to the extreme, turning into a claw-shaped cage, trapping Yi Xian in a space of about 10 feet and quickly shot towards Tian Chenzi. You're quite fast. Tian Chenzi, do you think this sovereign is blind? Either we keep him here, or we fight. Within one breath, it's up to you. Swish. Swish. Seeing that Yi Xian had already been captured and was currently flying towards Tian Chenzi from within the claw imprint cage, the silver-robed elder and the green-haired man seemed to have finally made their decision. At the same time, they let out a fierce shout, and a boundless and mighty force surged out from their bodies, causing the surrounding space to vibrate and resonate, causing a muffled thunderous sound to ring out. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle that could happen at any time. If Tian Chenzi did not remove the claw print cage within one breath, these 2 supreme experts from the Federation of the Second Universe would not hesitate to attack with all their might. Once a battle of this level began, it would be very difficult to end it. At this moment, like Tian Chenzi, the other upper echelons of the 9 palaces who were hidden in the fog of the sect-protecting formation had a hint of hesitation on their faces. Unfortunately, in the end, they still chose to remain silent. This kind of silence represented their support. They were also tempted by Yi Xian's heaven-falling bow ability. 10 extreme heavenly palaces, do you want to start a war with the imperial dynasty? How can you take away the direct bloodline of my dynasty as you please? Stop immediately and leave old 18 behind. Otherwise, we will fight. We are all humans. Once the 2 strongest factions turn against each other, the consequences will be severe. You have to consider it carefully. At this moment, the imperial court's elder, Long Ziwen, who had already given up on supporting Yi Xian, suddenly changed his mind. His cultivation surged as he sternly reprimanded, "This matter was started by all of you. The imperial court will not be responsible for any consequences." How interesting. In the blink of an eye, this prince has become a hot commodity that everyone is fighting over. What a bunch of shameless bastards. Within the claw print cage, Yi Xian stood proudly with his hands behind his back, and he muttered softly as if he was muttering to himself. A wisp of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face, and he actually sighed in the end. Alas, what a pity. All of you are bound to be disappointed. This prince seems to not have reached the point where I can be bullied by others. Lightning Emperor Seal. Rise! Yi Xian suddenly shouted the last sentence. Then, as if in response, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within his body. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of thunder, an azure gold light whizzed out from between his eyebrows and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into an ancient fist-sized seal that hung about a foot above Yi Xian's head. Endless azure gold light burst out from the seal and condensed behind Yi Xian. The light burst out, and it actually evolved into a strange scene that illuminated half of the sky. The aura of this scene was simple and unadorned, and it revealed a dense and desolate aura. It was like a distant expanse of the starry sky. Hazy green mist and golden radiance suffused the sky, and at the deepest depths of it, an enormous golden lotus was blooming extremely brilliantly. It emanated boundless golden light, and it seemed as if it was nurtured by the heavens and the earth and was born from space. It was extremely enormous, and even the stars seemed extremely weak and tiny before it. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was clearly a lotus seed. It was a mysterious azure-green color, and its shape was actually like a seal. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, extending and retracting endlessly. It was exactly the same as the thing hanging above Yi Xian's head. Seeing this strange scene, the divine souls of the surrounding experts shook violently, and the sound of cold air rose and fell one after another. No matter how imaginative he was, he would never have imagined that Yi Xian actually held such an extraordinary lightning emperor seal in his hands. It seemed to have been nurtured from a giant golden lotus with an aura that almost covered the sky. Was this the rhythm of defying the heavens? It was absolutely a natural object, absolutely a starry sky treasure. Rumble, boom. The strange phenomenon behind Yi Xian was still, but there was always the rumbling of thunder, shocking everyone's minds. Amidst the rumbling thunder, countless tiny golden lightning bolts gradually surrounded the lotus-like golden lightning seal on the lotus canopy, expanding and expanding without end. Around the entire golden lotus, countless green lightning bolts continued to explode, becoming denser and denser. In the end, they turned into countless gigantic golden lightning bolts that destroyed countless stars, and in the end, all of them surged into the golden lightning seal on the lotus stem. Swish! Rumble! At this moment, a weak and sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out, accompanied by the sound of endless thunder exploding, giving off the feeling of surging thunder in the heavens. Immediately after, the entire strange phenomenon exploded with a brilliant light and instantly collapsed, transforming into a blazing golden light that rapidly spread out like a tide. The degree of heat was so intense that even the supreme experts of the universe realm, such as Tian Qianzi, the silver-robed elder, and the green-haired man, couldn't look straight at it. They subconsciously narrowed their eyes and turned their heads to the side. When they turned their heads again, the golden light formed by the explosion of the strange phenomenon behind Yi Xian had completely spread out. Like melting snow under the scorching sun, it silently and without any suspense, directly destroyed the claw print cage that imprisoned Yi Xian, merged into the void, and disappeared. The claw print cage dissipated, as if there was a backlash. Tian Qianzi's figure clearly swayed twice, and his expression was extremely ugly. His face was ashen, and even the corner of his mouth had a faint trace of blood. A sharp light shot out from his eyes. At this moment, Tian Qianzi clearly had the intention to kill. You should be proud of yourself for being able to break free from the divine ability of a supreme being of the universe. Unfortunately, although the power of this lightning stamp is passable, it is still lacking if you want to shake me. It's a little disappointing, but it's only a so-so, Pucci. You old thing, do you think that's the end of it? Just now, I was just trying to create an atmosphere to show my solemnity. The main character is still hanging above this prince's head, so it's obvious that he hasn't activated it yet, okay? But there's one thing you're right about. A dignified supreme expert of the universe being injured just by creating an atmosphere. It's truly disappointing. Shaking his head and sighing, Yi Xian rolled his eyes, then raised his hand and pointed at Tian Qianzi, who was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, and suddenly shouted, "Golden lightning repels evil, green lightning slays demon leader. My seal shall suppress this fiend. Quickly kill him." Swish. Chapter 3203. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Ferocious. Back then, when Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the 4th realm, the planet realm, he had already used a Thunder Origin Pearl to successfully kill a Heavenly Legacy clan upper echelon who was at the 9th realm, the Origin realm. Now, he was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Black Hole realm. His control over the Thunder Emperor treasure seal had improved greatly and was far from what it used to be. Because of this, when he used the Rai D seal this time, the strange phenomenon of the Thunder Emperor treasure seal appeared behind him. Even Yi Xian was surprised by this, but it just so happened to help him dissolve the claw imprint cage. It could be considered a small surprise. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape from the claw imprint cage, he would have to spend some effort and methods. At this moment, as Yi Xian suddenly made his move after escaping, a weak ray of light instantly shot out from the azure gold Thunder Emperor seal that was spinning endlessly above his head. Its speed was so fast that even the supreme expert of the universe, Tian Qianzi, was unable to react in time. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him. This faint light was a Thunder Origin Pearl. Previously, in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb in the first universe, Yi Xian had condensed a total of 10 Thunder Origin Pearls. He had used one to kill the high-level Tianji clan member Shan Bo, and this was the second one. There were only 8 left in the Thunder Emperor treasure seal. Although the Thunder Origin Pearl looked unremarkable and was only the size of a thumb, in fact, every Thunder Origin Pearl was formed from countless blue Thunder Origin Pearls that were compressed by the power of the Rai D seal to the extreme. Its power was extremely terrifying. When it had just been condensed, it had been able to instantly kill an Origin Realm upper echelon member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now, it had been nurtured in the Rai D seal for such a long time. In addition, Yi Xian's cultivation had skyrocketed to the Black Hole realm. After he used the treasure seal, the power of the treasure seal was far greater than before. This part of the treasure seal's power was imperceptibly applied to the Thunder Origin Pearl, causing its power to increase again. With the combination of the two, the power of the second Thunder Origin Pearl that Yi Xian had blasted out was far more powerful than the first one. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rumble. Gotcha! At this moment, as the thunder source bead blasted out, the void along the way was torn apart, leaving behind a thin black line. Endless thunder and lightning descended, densely packed, causing people to feel numb all over. The vast huge central territory was instantly enveloped by a formless thunderous emperor's might. It was so terrifying that even the pressure of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates was weakened or even completely covered. All the experts in the surroundings were shocked at this moment. Their hair stood on end, and the hairs on their backs stood on end. This is impossible. As the target of the Thunder Origin bead, Tian Qianzi felt it the most intensely. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It enveloped his body and mind, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He cried out in shock. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. The young man in front of him, who was only at rank 1 Black Hole realm, was originally like an ant in his eyes. However, the young man had repeatedly taken out powerful treasures. Now, the young man had actually made him feel a sense of crisis that threatened his life. Shame. Anger. This was simply a disgrace to him. A Black Hole realm ant was actually clamoring to suppress a universe master. Moreover, it really made his hair stand on end. No matter what, he couldn't accept this. He was about to go crazy. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human anymore. The shame and anger that he had never felt made Tian Qianzi completely furious. After roaring furiously, he looked up to the sky and howled crazily. However, he quickly retreated. Although the green gold light, which was full of terrifying thunderous emperor's might, could not kill him on the spot, if he took it head-on, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. It was reasonable for him to be lightly injured, but it was also possible for him to be severely injured. How could a mighty figure of the universe be injured by a black hole realm ant? Although it was also humiliating to avoid the attack, at least it was better than bleeding in public. That would be the real end of his life, and he would be left with an eternal mark of shame. At this moment, Tian Qianzi had already made up his mind to kill. While retreating quickly, he planned in his heart that after this attack, he would immediately counterattack with all his strength. He did not even want to use the magical bow and arrow, he only wanted to kill his enemy and avenge his humiliation. Boom! Just as his shoulders shook and his body was about to move, the green gold light, which had already shot close to him, suddenly exploded without warning. The terrifying explosion shook the entire giant mountain, and it shook violently. The rolling mist formed by the power of the great protective array in the sky was instantly dispersed and completely collapsed. Some of the weaker powerhouses directly vomited blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They were on the verge of collapsing. Some of them were the disciples of the sixth palace who had retreated earlier, and some of the followers who had gathered behind the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man. Tian Qianzi, who was closest to the source of this terrifying explosion, was even more shocked, and his qi and blood were a little unstable. Everything was too sudden, and he was caught off guard. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous and weak light would explode before it even touched his body? It was too sinister. Hua! At the same time as the explosion, the originally weak green gold light, after exploding, instantly poured out a large amount of thunder and lightning, as if a river of thunder and lightning had suddenly appeared in the sky. The amount was so large that it had turned into a tide, and it spread out with a loud bang, drowning the roaring Tian Qianzi in the first moment. The entire lightning river covered a radius of several miles. In addition to Tian Qianzi, the other 9 heavenly palace higher-ups from the other 9 palaces were also affected. Although they were at the edge of the lightning river, they were caught off guard and were also drowned. Ah, boom, gotcha. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Everything happened too suddenly. Retreat quickly. The green gold lightning river churned endlessly as countless bolts of azure lightning exploded. The dense golden lightning weaved into a fine net that enveloped the area. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, the upper echelons of the 9 palaces all cried out in alarm and anger. Tian Qianzi's voice also rang out, but there were no more substantive words. It was as if he was venting his anger, and this was clearly the rhythm of him being angered to the point of madness. In the distance, the hundreds of experts from the various great powers who had gathered together were completely stunned. The situation was too strange. Prince Xian, who was only at the black hole realm, had actually taken care of all the upper echelons of the 10 great heavenly palaces by himself. Among the 10 of them, Tian Qianzi and the palace master of the other palace were all supreme beings of the 15th great realm, while the other 8 were all supreme beings of the vice palace master level. Their cultivations were all at the 14th great realm, the cosmic light realm. They were caught off guard and were actually wiped out. Too sullen. It was simply savage. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the gazes of the experts towards Yi Xian changed again. This time, even the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man seemed to have some fear in their eyes. Chapter 3204. Undead Dark Phoenix. The great thunderbolt river appeared abruptly. It came quickly and left even faster. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, everything was completely annihilated in less than 3 breaths. The area within a radius of a few miles regained its tranquility. Only the cracks in the void that looked like black lines silently showed the terrifying catastrophe that had happened here a few moments ago. The void was blasted apart, and the earth was charred black. In addition, 10 battered and exhausted figures appeared. The 10 higher-ups of the celestial palace were all existences above the cosmic light realm, and 2 of them were universe masters. Obviously, it was impossible for them to be killed so easily, even if they were caught off guard. The 9 people who were at the edge of the Great Thunderbolt River did not even suffer too serious a blow. The extent of the impact was limited. At most, it was slightly more serious than a superficial wound. As for Qian Kunzi, who happened to be at the center of the Great Thunderbolt River territory and was immediately submerged by the endless waves of thunder and lightning, he only had blood at the corner of his mouth and his injuries were slightly more serious. He did not even lose his combat strength. The supreme pressure of a universe master was even more fierce. This was the result of anger. However, even though the 10 of them were unharmed, their current appearances were truly unbearable to look at. They were in too sorry a state. Their clothes were tattered, and their heads and faces were charred black. Qian Kunzi, who was located in the Thunder Great River Center region and had been caught head-on, had all of his hair blown off. His bald head was just like his face, completely black. Only his pair of eyes that were glaring furiously were as red as blood. At a sudden glance, he looked like a braised egg that had come to life. There was even white smoke coming out of his mouth and nose from time to time. It was obvious that this guy had been struck by lightning. A dignified universe master, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes, had been tormented into such a miserable state today. This was more hateful than killing him. At this moment, Qian Kunzi was about to explode with anger. The only thought in his mind was to kill. His eyes were like a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage. Fierce light flashed, and it was about to choose a person to devour. As expected of a universe almighty, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh as he shook his head and sighed. His head was blasted into a soy egg, but he's completely fine. He didn't even lose a single limb. He's really freaking resistant. Pooh! Hearing this, Tianqianzi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It had nothing to do with his previous injuries. It was completely due to anger. What did he mean by really resistant to beatings? This brat's mouth was too despicable. What did a dignified almighty figure of the universe become in his mouth? Was it a human flesh machine that was specifically designed to be abused by others? Today, you will definitely die. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tianqianzi gritted his teeth and was about to attack to vent his anger. This kind of thunder pearl is very difficult to condense. Every time you use one, there will be one less. I don't believe that you have the ability to condense a large amount of thunder pearls. Do you dare to use another one? He was indeed a universe almighty. A terrifying existence who could remain unscathed even after his head was blasted into a soy egg. After being struck once, he actually knew the ins and outs of the thunder pearl. From his words, it was obvious that he was certain that Yi Xian didn't have any more thunder pearls. He was no longer afraid. I'm sorry to disappoint you again this time. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. With a thought, he activated the Rai D seal that was suspended above his head again. With a whoosh, another ray of greenish gold light shot out. I don't have many thunder pearls with me. I only have about 70 or 80 thunder pearls, less than 100. It's a little too little, but it's barely enough to plow your 6th palace's ancestral land. What? He really has more. This kid is going to defy the heavens. Such terrifying thunder pearls. If he really has more than 100 of them, who would dare to provoke him? If he keeps blasting them one after another, I'm afraid even a universe almighty would be exhausted to death by him in the end. Rumble. Seeing another ray of greenish gold light shoot out, Tianqianzi, who was on the opposite side, was stunned. The expressions of the 9 people behind him changed slightly. They frowned and quickly retreated without hesitation, as if they were avoiding the god of plague. On the side of the experts from various races from the second universe, there was a large number of gasps and exclamations. At this time, the ground under the feet of the experts suddenly shook again. This time, it was even more intense than before. The entire mountain peak was shaken, and a terrifying roar came clearly from the depths of the earth. It was accompanied by a fierce roar that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. It was as if an ancient fierce beast had been awakened from its slumber deep underground and was about to break out of the ground. Hearing this angry cry of a phoenix, the expressions of the 9 celestial palace higher-ups, who had just retreated, changed drastically. It was as if they had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. They exclaimed in horror. "This is a phoenix cry. Not good, the dark phoenix has been awakened. Tian Qianzi, what the hell did you do? The 6th palace is finished. The inheritance is no longer safe. There must be a problem with the immortal purple spirit root. Otherwise, why would the dark phoenix wake up early? Something big is going to happen. Tian Qianzi, hurry up and take this kid down. The same beast of the 6th palace has gone berserk. We need to work together to pacify it." Rumble. Kacha. Hua. Without waiting for the 9 people to finish speaking, the second thunder origin bead had already exploded. Without any suspense, a river of thunder suddenly surged out and covered Tian Qianzi, who was still in a daze, completely drowning him. At the same time, the shaking of the entire mountain peak became even more serious. Rocks rolled down one after another, and accompanied by the sound of explosions, a terrifying crack rapidly extended from the distance. Such a towering mountain peak was actually torn apart by a terrifying force from the depths of the earth. This was the rhythm of splitting one into two. Swish! As the earth shook, a black light soared into the sky from the depths of the terrifying crack in the distance. It was clearly a vortex that was like a black hole. As soon as it came out, it disappeared into the air. The devouring avatar stepped out with a solemn expression, glanced at the chaos here, and without hesitation, turned around and fled into the distance. Screech! This time, it was incomparably clear and real. The sound seemed to have some sort of mystical power that actually pierced through gold and cracked stone. When it entered his ears, even Yi Xian's soul couldn't help but tremble slightly. If it wasn't for the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly burning and instantly dissolving, just this phoenix cry's ruthless howl would have caused his primordial spirit to be minimally injured. Along with this terrifying roar that shook the heavens, a black claw-like object suddenly stretched out from the terrifying fissure that was rapidly spreading in the distance. Every claw was over 100 feet thick, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was like the ghost claw of the Emperor of the Underworld that came from the 9 hells. It stretched straight into the sky and slapped towards the devouring avatar that was fleeing into the distance, F***CK. A single claw is like a towering tree, dozens of feet thick. How terrifying is this beast's body? Even the legendary rock is only like this, right? It can cover 90,000 miles with a flap of its wings. Chapter 3205. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation both ran away in less than 3 breaths of time. The lightning river that appeared after the second thunder origin bead exploded disappeared, and Tian Qianzi's figure was revealed. This time, his head seemed to be even darker, shining with a black light that shone brightly like a black watermelon. At first glance, this was clearly the sign of a braised egg that had successfully transcended the tribulation and was about to be born. The radiance was too dazzling. Unfortunately, although the braised egg's head had turned into a spirit, Tian Qianzi was still the same. He was still unharmed, and his legend of resisting powerful existences had not been destroyed. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Thunder Origin Pearl alone was not enough to shake the supreme Qinkuan realm expert. Perhaps in the future, when Yi Xian's cultivation level increased and he could unleash the full power of the Rai Di seal, it would have such an effect. As for now, Since the Thunder Origin Pearl was ineffective, the only method left was the headless infant corpse. This was Yi Xian's true trump card, and he did not want to reveal it too early. Coincidentally, the devouring doppelganger had escaped far away. Although there was a terrifying undead dark phoenix chasing after it, the latter's main body had yet to appear. No matter how long its claws could reach, there was a limit. It would not be able to catch up for a while. Besides, with the desolate ancient inheritance tower, Yi Xian was not worried about the safety of the devouring doppelganger. He had already dug a hole beforehand. Although the devouring doppelganger looked exactly the same as him, most of the experts on the mountain peak thought that it was Tian Qinzi's doppelganger. There was no way to explain the yellow mud falling into one's pants. Yi Xian had already thought of retreating. It was time to escape. The commotion was too big, and the Thunder Origin Pearl could not truly deter the experts. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the devouring doppelganger, it was better to leave it in the cultivation camp. He could use Tian Qinzi's name to devour energy and cause chaos. After all, there was already someone to take the blame. When he thought of this, Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that Tian Qinzi was in a state of shock and could not react for a moment. He turned his head and grinned. The almighty Qin Kuan really knows how to play. While my original body is up there enduring the lightning strikes, transcending the tribulation as if I'm taking a bath, my doppelganger isn't idling around either. He's down there playing with the big bird he's rearing. He's not afraid even if his nest is torn down. As expected of an almighty. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "Bye-bye, bro. That black bird looks fierce. I'm not as tough as you, so I won't get involved. You guys take your time." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian had already issued a command to the system without hesitation. He immediately activated the universal coordinate jump function and jumped to the target's death spiral. The next moment, a faint light flashed, and his figure disappeared completely. In the eyes of the surrounding experts, it was as if he had teleported away. Although this was a little unexpected, the suppressive effect of the great protective array of the sixth palace of 10 ultimates was basically non-existent. The great protective array had collapsed and lost its power. Even an existence of the black hole realm could teleport away. Therefore, Yi Xian left very calmly and was not afraid of revealing anything. "Pooh! You want to run?" Tian Qinzi spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ferocious. Before Yi Xian left, he did not forget to put a black pot on his head. This was too infuriating. In addition, when the devouring doppelganger appeared, he completely understood that the immortal purple spirit root must have been stolen. Otherwise, why would the dark phoenix be so angry? That damned guy. I didn't pay attention for a moment, and he actually provoked such a huge disaster. The entire sixth palace was almost turned upside down, and even the undying dark phoenix was exposed. This was a huge crisis that could no longer be resolved. With a cold snort, Tian Qinzi fully expanded his spirit sense and instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles, searching for Yi Xian's figure. Even if an ant of the black hole realm could teleport, it would not be able to teleport 10,000 miles away. At most, it would be around 1,000 miles. Tian Qinzi was very sure of this. Unfortunately, the result was extremely strange. Not only was there no trace of Yi Xian's original body, but even the devouring doppelganger that had stolen the immortal purple spirit root and infuriated the dark phoenix had completely disappeared. Tian Qinzi could not catch a trace of it. Ah! Rumble! Boom! Tian Qinzi almost spat out blood again. Everything that had happened today was too sullen. The sixth palace was turned upside down, the immortal spiritual root was stolen, and the undead dark phoenix was exposed. After such a heavy loss, he still had to take the blame for someone else. As a mighty figure of the universe, even if he was carrying a head of a braised egg on his shoulder, he should not be so cowardly. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling and had started to doubt his life. As Tian Qianzi's roar continued, the entire mountain started to tremble violently again. Thunderous rumbles came from the depths of the ground. The terrifying fissure finally spread to the front. 2/3 of the mountain was cut open, forming a huge chasm. The sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes was completely destroyed, and the ancestral ground had crumbled. Screech! Amidst the rumbling noises, the undead Dark Phoenix's furious roar soared into the sky from the depths of the heavenly chasm. Then, the giant mountain collapsed completely. All the experts were horrified, and they quickly rushed into the sky, fleeing as far as they could. Some of the weaker disciples of the sixth palace had their souls torn apart by the phoenix's roar. Their Yuanshan was destroyed, and blood spurted out from their 7 orifices as they fell into the depths of the heavenly chasm. At the same time, a huge black shadow that almost covered the sky rose from the natural chasm. It was indeed a dark phoenix. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was surrounded by black dark fire. It spanned hundreds of miles. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a stream of black light that tore apart the void. It actually disappeared into the horizon in less than half a breath's time. What a terrifying aura. What is the origin of this dark phoenix? Something big is going to happen. A terrifying existence that surpasses the universe has appeared. Once it is angry, it will split the sky. The entire Federation will be affected. This matter is too sudden, and the consequences are unimaginable. We must immediately return to the clan and prepare for the upheaval. We have poked a hole in the sky and provoked a terrifying dark phoenix that surpasses the universe. Tian Qianzi, you must explain this matter. The Federation will soon hold the Tenju Celestial Palace accountable. In the midst of the shock, the silver-robed elder, the green-haired man, and the other high-level members of the Federation of the Second Universe exclaimed. There were even warnings and reprimands. After they finished speaking, they all turned around and left. Even the imperial family elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty and was also from the human camp, did not stay. With a cold look in his eyes, he glanced at Tian Qianzi and left in a huff. Facing all this, the eyes of the sixth palace master, Tian Qianzi, flickered incessantly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not say anything. On the side, the 9 high-level members and powerful figures from the other celestial palaces looked at each other with furrowed brows. In the end, the 5th palace master who had a good relationship with Tian Qianzi sighed faintly and turned to look at Tian Qianzi. The 6th palace has been destroyed, the spiritual root of inheritance is lost, and the dark phoenix of the ancestral land has fled in anger. This place is worthless. There is no reason to stay. Chapter 3206. Enraged demonic dust. Tian Qianzi and the other 9 upper echelons of the celestial palaces left in a hurry. The loss of the immortal purple spirit root was one thing, but the key was that the exposure of the undying dark phoenix was a matter of great importance. The consequences were hard to predict, and it had already affected some kind of arrangement of the entire Tenju celestial palaces. For this reason, Tian Qianzi even put aside his monstrous resentment towards Yi Xian for the time being. As for the messy 6th palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace, there were 3 deputy palace masters to clean up the mess. Besides, he still had countless doppelgangers here, so it was enough to clean up the mess. With the departure of Tian Qianzi and the other high-level figures of the Heavenly Palace, the area around the giant peak where the 6th palace was located fell into a complete silence. The experts of the 6th palace who had retreated because of the collapse of the giant peak all returned one after another. All of them looked extremely sad, and their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Everything in front of them was too messy and shocking. The entire giant peak had completely collapsed, and a deep chasm-like crack ran through the entire giant peak from west to east. The ancestral land of the 6th palace was completely destroyed. Even if a supreme existence who had surpassed the supreme being of heaven and earth used a heaven-defying divine ability, it would not be able to recover from such a degree of collapse. The sixth palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace controlled an extremely vast star area in the third galaxy occupied by the human clan. There were many disciples in the palace. Not to mention the outsiders, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples of the sixth palace stationed in and around the ancestral land all year round. This was only the number of official disciples, and some of the outer disciples were even more. The entire sixth palace was definitely a behemoth, and the giant peak where the ancestral land of the sixth palace was located was the spiritual symbol of this behemoth. But now, this spiritual symbol had completely collapsed. The calamity had come so suddenly that the disciples of the sixth palace who had gathered around the giant peak were still in disbelief. Their angry expressions were more or less filled with confusion and bewilderment. On the peak of a mountain not far away, 7 or 8 female figures stood there silently, gazing into the distance. Their gazes all fell on the giant peak of the sixth palace's ancestral ground that had completely collapsed. The woman in the lead had a graceful figure. She wore festive red makeup, and her face was covered with a layer of red-like gauze. At this moment, she was standing at the edge of a dangerous cliff at the peak of the mountain, allowing the mountain breeze to caress her body and flutter the corners of her clothes. She actually emitted an otherworldly bearing that caused others to be dazzled, and she seemed like an immortal lotus on the precipice, peerless and independent. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, lifting up a corner of the woman's red veil. Immediately, a beautiful and flawless face was revealed. However, there were tears on her face, and her eyes were filled with grief and confusion. This woman was none other than Zhao Lingyang, who had covered her face and left from the main hall of the sixth palace. The 7 people standing behind her were her maidservants. Originally, there were 13 of them, but as the unforeseen events continued to happen, they were caught off guard. When the master and servant group hurriedly left the ancestral ground of the 10th and 6th palaces, several maidservants unexpectedly perished. To the current Zhao Lingyang, the unforeseen events that happened in a short period of time had completely overturned everything she had before. The home that she had grown up in was gone. Half of her close friends and sisters had also suddenly perished. Even her father, Tianqianzi, who had doted on her since she was young, did not know if he could return safely after going to Tianju Palace to apologize. Or, when he would return. Compared to this heartache, the grief of being humiliated and ignored by Prince Xian was really nothing. At this moment, all the grief and indignation in Zhao Lingyang's heart had unknowingly transformed into bitter hatred that was engraved in her heart. It was even to the extent that the light muttering from her mouth seemed as if it came from the 9th level of hell, and it revealed a ghastly coldness that caused one's mind to tremble. Is this my heart tempering in the mortal world? Immortal mortal world. Ha ha ha. If the so-called great Tao of immortals actually requires the pain of the mortal world to cultivate one's Tao heart, then I don't want it. Although the great Tao of immortals has its Tao, it is definitely not a lonely mountain path. The mortal world is too painful, and the great Tao does not know the way. From today onwards, I, Zhao Lingyang, will no longer have any sorrow or pain. From now on, I will abandon this mortal world and the immortal path without hesitation. From now on, I will no longer fall into the demonic path. Long Xian, there will finally be a day when I will kill you and offer your head to Mo Qin. Along with the soft muttering coming out of her mouth, the aura emitted from Zhao Lingyang's body also rapidly changed. In just a short minute, that fresh, otherworldly, and unparalleled arrogance and tranquility completely disappeared, transforming into a bone-chilling coldness, callousness, ruthlessness, and boundless resentment that wreaked havoc and killing intent that soared to the heavens. Boom! Screech! Like a sudden clap of thunder, the cultivation power in Zhao Lingyang's body crazily surged at this moment. Her cultivation, which was originally at the origin 7th stage, actually increased explosively, directly crossing a large realm and stepping into the Grotto Heaven 7th stage. She raised her head and let out a shrill howl, overflowing with hatred and resentment. Even her long black hair seemed to have been assimilated by some kind of mysterious power. As it danced wildly in the mountain wind, it was actually dyed with frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, the black hair on her head had completely turned into snow-white silver hair. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang had completely transformed, from her body to her divine soul, nothing was left behind. The proud daughter of the heavens had fallen to the demonic path in anger. "Miss, what's wrong with you? Oh my God, your hair, what exactly happened? Lingyang, you look so scary now. Can we not be like this? It's too scary." As Zhao Lingyang raised her head and let out a shrill howl, the black hair on her head was instantly dyed with white frost. The few maidservants who had witnessed all this with their own eyes were already scared out of their wits. As they pleaded softly, they subconsciously retreated slowly, even their bodies were trembling. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang suddenly became incomparably unfamiliar in their eyes, causing them to be fearful and not dare to approach her at all. "Even you are going to abandon me and leave?" Zhao Lingyang suddenly turned around. Her head of silver hair fluttered in the wind, and the veil on her face had long since been lost, flying away with the wind. What entered into the field of vision of the maidservants was a face that was savage to the extreme. It was peerlessly beautiful and evil, and it was faintly discernible while being enveloped by a layer of faint black qi. Moreover, its gaze was even like 2 sharp blades, and its invisible oppressive gaze actually revealed a strand of coldness that caused one's heart to tremble and suffused with killing intent. "Since you're not willing to accompany me in the demonic path, then I'll send you on your way. Go on your way first." Boom! An explosion shook the heavens, and a dense black qi that was vast and boundless yet cold to the extreme suddenly surged out from Zhao Lingyang's body without any warning. It did not stop at all, and in less than half a breath, it had already arrived with a loud bang, completely enveloping the few maidservants who were retreating in shock not far away. Screech! Just as the figures of the maidservants were submerged and disappeared in the blink of an eye in this shocking demonic qi, a familiar phoenix cry suddenly came from somewhere in the void in the extreme northeast of the mountain peak. Chapter 3207. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Return. In the central domain of the third universe, on the east side of the Death Star field in the crevice between the 2 human factions, in the deepest part of the Death Star vortex, where a shocking change had occurred and caused a huge commotion. A ray of light suddenly appeared without warning and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! As the almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the air entered Yi Xian's ears, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, the universe coordinate jump is complete. In the next moment, a feeling of weakness that he hadn't felt in a long time surged over like a tide, completely occupying Yi Xian's entire body and mind. The side effects of using the heaven-falling bow's divine ability finally arrived after completing this coordinate jump. Yi Xian's current cultivation was far from what it was in the past. When he used the heaven-falling bow this time, he had only used less than 90% of his cultivation power to condense the energy arrows into the giant bow. Such a strong sense of weakness should not have come. It was all because Yi Xian had immediately performed the universal coordinate jump after using the heaven-falling bow this time before he could recover from his condition. After all, he had crossed the distance of more than half of the universe in a matter of seconds. During the entire process, whether it was his body or his divine sense, the pressure he had to endure could not be ignored. It seems that my cultivation is still too weak. If I perform this kind of coordinate jump next time when I'm seriously injured and about to die, won't I faint on the spot after completing it? After checking the condition of his body, Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. Then, he waved his hand and took out a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in his body. He threw all of them to the devouring system and immediately ordered the system to absorb the star core origin at full speed. After doing all this, he sat down cross-legged and suspended in the void in the deepest part of the Death Star vortex. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, absorbing the star core origin with all his strength to refine it and recover his condition. Half a day later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and there was a gleam in his eyes. After sparing no expense and throwing out a large amount of star core origin to absorb, he had completely recovered in less than a day, and his combat strength had reached its peak. Unfortunately, the expected system notification did not appear. After waiting quietly for about 10 seconds, Yi Xian smiled bitterly again and shook his head with a self-deprecating sigh. In order to recover as soon as possible, he took out the star core origin from his undying world and fed it to the devouring system. Not only was there a huge amount of them, the grade was also shocking. There were a total of 3 Class 9 colored star cores. According to his estimations, the simultaneous use of 3 9th grade 9-colored pills would not only allow him to quickly recover, but would also allow him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation base. He was the only one who dared to think of such a thing. The key was that he had been pleasantly surprised too often in the past. He had almost gotten used to it. As a result, he was unexpectedly unable to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, causing him to faintly feel a sense of loss in his heart. Could it be that after entering the black hole realm, even the effects of Class 9 colored star core origin have been greatly weakened? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian felt even more uneasy. If this was really the case, it would be a big problem for him to increase his cultivation base in the future. Although he had a lot of cultivation resources in his hands and had many types, in terms of energy grade, other than the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals that he had obtained from the primordial cage, which he had always kept and did not dare to use casually, there was no other type that could surpass the Class 9 colored star core origin. In fact, although the Class 9 nine-eyed golden crystals were not inferior to the Class 9 colored star core origin in terms of energy grade, and even surpassed it by quite a bit, the attributes of these two cultivation resources were different. The star core origin was a general-purpose cultivation resource. Whether it was the human race, the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, or even the demon kin and the mech race, all of them could smoothly absorb the energy from the star core origin. After absorbing it into their bodies, all they had to do was refine it. As for the speed of absorption, that was another problem that had nothing to do with the star core origin. However, the Class 9 nine-eyed golden crystals were completely different. This kind of cultivation resource only had an excellent effect on increasing and strengthening one's mental strength. Its effect on the cultivation base and divine sense of the human race was basically zero. It was completely negligible. This also applied to all other grades of multi-eyed sense crystals and even ordinary demonic sense star crystals. Therefore, even though the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in Yi Xian's possession were of better quality, it was impossible to use them to replace the Class 9 colored star core origin and absorb them at critical moments in the future to break through the bottleneck of the cultivation base and make a quick breakthrough. Moreover, there were only 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in total. When the mental strength source core evolved in the future, Yi Xian would have to rely on them, so he did not dare to squander them easily. It shouldn't be because my cultivation base has reached the black hole realm. Otherwise, why would those whose cultivation base is far beyond the black hole realm be so eager to obtain the Class 9 colored star core origin? Could it be because I've already used a few of them before? My physical cultivation base and divine sense have an obvious resistance to this kind of top-grade star core origin energy. Because of this, the breakthrough effect of the Class 9 colored star core origin energy has been greatly weakened. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, his mind worked quickly as he quickly analyzed the various possible factors that could have caused this unexpected situation. Gradually, he came up with an answer. Although this was only a guess at the moment, it made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley in an instant. It had not been easy for him to enter the ranks of the black hole realm experts. He had been looking forward to continuing to work hard and rushing to the grotto heaven realm, the void realm, and all the way to the universe realm in the shortest time possible. But now, it seemed that if he did not solve this problem and find a cultivation resource that could replace the Class 99 colored star core origin, or at least the energy level of the star core origin, the speed of his cultivation base improvement would come to a halt. It would be difficult for him to make rapid leaps and bounds like before. Fortunately, I've obtained a large amount of devouring origin. Although the devouring origin has been reduced to a system currency after entering the big space environment, and I can no longer refine and integrate it to improve my bloodline and cultivation base by directly absorbing its energy, but the devouring origin is obviously extraordinary. Even in the big space environment, the top forces, including the Heavenly Legacy clan and the various races of the Federation, are still scrambling for it. This alone shows its value. At the thought of this, Yi Xian's spirits were suddenly lifted. His originally depressed mood instantly rose again, and he even became a little excited. All the top forces of the three universes, including the Celestials' Legacy clan, were in desperate need of devouring source crystals, but none of them had leaked any information about the specific uses of this rare resource. This was far too abnormal and bizarre. Could it be that the devouring origin crystal has other uses? They don't even know about the devouring system and haven't mastered it. Chapter 3208. Gold Squandering Cave. After all his efforts, Yi Xian was greatly disappointed. The data in the devouring system's internal database regarding the source of devouring had not changed at all. Everything that could be learned was the same as before. Even after Yi Xian provided various clues and asked the system to make an evaluation and analysis, there was no particularly constructive new discovery. All his efforts were in vain. It seems that my thinking is still a little too simple. Since the major forces of the three universes are so keen on devouring source crystals, they must know some unknown secret. It's a pity that the information has been sealed so tightly that not a single bit of it has leaked out. In the end, Yi Xian could only helplessly give up for the time being. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the Tower of Antiquity has been transferred to the devouring clone. Otherwise, Tianqinzi, as the remnant soul of the sixth palace master of the 10 ultimates, would most likely know some inside information. But now, it's hard to count on him. Tianqinzi's remnant soul had been directly thrown into the 9th floor of the Tower of Antiquity through the devouring system. Even if it was still lingering at death's door and had not fallen, there was no way to summon it in a short time. Then, Yi Xian thought of Uncle Kong and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. He was still not very clear about Uncle Kong's identity. The latter had always avoided this question, but according to Yi Xian's estimation, even if he was not a high-ranking member of the imperial family of the Immortal Dynasty, he must have an unusual relationship with such an existence. He might know a little about the secret of devouring the source crystal. After returning to Planet Triumph, he could definitely contact the Immortal Star and give it a try. As for Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, needless to say, this old man was at least on par with the 6th Palace Master of the 10 Ultimates, Tianqinzi. Back then, he had roared and forced the 6th Palace Master, Wei Dongzi, to retreat thousands of miles away. It could be said that his ferocity was monstrous. Since then, the old man had become even more mysterious to Yi Xian than the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Yang Kai hadn't had the time to investigate this matter before, but now that everything in the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes had come to an end and Yi Xian's true body had returned to the Death Star field, after arriving on Planet Victorious Return, he would definitely investigate this matter as soon as possible. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai could ask Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher about the secrets of devouring source crystals. After calming down, Yi Xian entered the exchange shop to check. Yi Xian's harvest from the previous incident in the Death Star Vortex could be said to be extremely astonishing. He'd obtained more than 56,000 origin devouring crystals, and the other hundreds of rare minerals were nearly 10 million. The other rare minerals were not cultivation resources. Most of them were important elements and materials needed for refining and technological manufacturing. Yi Xian planned to hand them over to Naples after returning to Planet Victorious Return. The development of Victoria's return and the entire fleet needed to be accelerated, so these mineral resources were urgently needed. As for the 56,000 source devour crystals, Yi Xian planned to keep some of them and use the rest to exchange. After the devour system was upgraded to Starry Sky rank, all the products in the exchange shop had been completely updated. There were some things that even Yi Xian was envious of, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to exchange for them. Now, the opportunity had finally come. He even hoped to see if he could find the urgently needed cultivation resources in the exchange shop that could be used to replace the level 99 colored star core origin and had better energy quality. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian plunged into the exchange shop and browsed excitedly. In the exchange shop that came with the system, the host could exchange for all kinds of things, such as divine weapons, elixirs, martial arts, treasures, puppets, and so on. Before stepping into the Starry Sky, Yi Xian had used the devouring origin to level up the system and obtain some powerful bloodlines, such as the Sword God bloodline, the War God bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, and so on. Every bloodline had different abilities, but unfortunately, after entering the vast Starry Sky, all of these bloodlines were cleared by the system. At the same time, the exchange shop had also been updated, providing a large number of universe-level bloodlines that could be exchanged. However, although there were countless races in the universe, most of them had bloodlines that were not up to standard. The system had given him a Source Devour crystal, but Yi Xian had never used it. A single Source Devour crystal could only be exchanged for the most common bloodlines and treasures in the exchange shop. Now, Yi Xian had a lot of Source Devour crystals, but because he had the Supreme Primordial Golden Divine Dragon bloodline and the mutated evolution of the Demonic Dragon attribute, it was as if he had two Supreme Primordial bloodlines at the same time. Therefore, he was not interested in the universe-level bloodlines that could be provided in the exchange shop. Some of the universe-level bloodlines were quite good, such as the Immemorial Thunder Dragon bloodline, the Heavenly Demon Fire Phoenix bloodline, the Giant-tailed Celestial Fox bloodline, the Golden Flame Godly Eagle bloodline, the Feathered Winged Rock bloodline, the Sky-swallowing Colored Python, the Vajra Chief Wolf, and so on. If he were to exchange for them, he would need at least hundreds of Source Devour crystals, and at most thousands of Source Devour crystals. Yi Xian had been envious of them before, but now his vision was completely different. In addition, the exchange shop also had a large number of cultivation methods, divine weapons, magic treasures, and even battle suits, battleships, fortresses, and so on. Yi Xian carefully reviewed them one by one and soon found a problem that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Of the large number of treasures and resources that could be exchanged, nearly half of them were things that Yi Xian did not need, or he already had something similar in his hands. After all, he had first taken away all the resources that the Demonkin Scout Corps had collected in the graveyard of the meteorite for decades, then ransacked the Demonkin Star area, and extorted a lot of treasures from more than 10,000 Federation elites in the Myriad prison. His collection was already extremely rich and varied. Because of this, in the blink of an eye, only half of the items and treasures that Yi Xian still had exchange value were left in the system shop. Of course, even half of the items was still a huge number. The problem was that among the half of the top-level resources, 80% of them were things that Yi Xian did not have the right to exchange for. He did not even have the qualifications to check their specific attributes. Except for an obscure product name, everything else was displayed with question marks, including the number of Source Devour crystals required to exchange for them. Obviously, these top-level resources were not available for the time being, and some conditions had not been met yet. Although the remaining 20% did not have this problem, the exchange threshold was frighteningly high. Thousands of source crystals were required to exchange for them, and there was no one with less than 1,000 source crystals. Instead, there was a dazzling array of items that cost tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of source crystals. Seeing this, Yi Xian's back was dripping with cold sweat. He suddenly felt like an ordinary person shopping in a high-end luxury store. It was too scary. He originally thought that he should be quite rich, but after carefully looking around, he suddenly found that he had tens of thousands of source crystals in his hands. After all, he was still not out of poverty. Chapter 3209. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Calamity Dragon Pill. After circling around, Yi Xian was disappointed in the end. He had hoped that he could temporarily replace the 9-colored star core origin, but he could not find a better cultivation resource in terms of energy quality. Perhaps in the small half of the items whose exchange price was still a question mark, there would be some among the items that were not normally released. But the result was the same. Even if that was the case, it was meaningless now. Yi Xian did not even have the qualifications to exchange for it. Disappointed, he had no choice but to put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. He continued to browse the other items and gradually understood what he should do. From the moment he first entered the starry sky environment until now, when he finally stepped into the black hole realm and became a true starry sky powerhouse, Yi Xian's path could be said to be extremely difficult. If it wasn't for his heaven-defying luck, he probably would have died countless times already. What was embarrassing was that Yi Xian had to rely on external forces to resolve the various dangers he encountered during the process, such as the weeping soul blood horn and the headless infant corpse. Although these external forces were indispensable for Starry Sky Masters and were part of their overall strength, it was inevitable that they would rely on them at the beginning when their cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, they would die young before they could grow up. But now, it was different. Entering the black hole realm meant that he had officially entered the ranks of the true Starry Sky Masters. The future path of growth would be even more difficult. Being a universe master was only the starting line of a higher level. When the time came, it would even involve the comprehension and control of the universe's starry sky principles. From now on, Yi Xian had to rely on his own strength, step by step, to become truly strong through the trials of life and death. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to go further on the starry sky path. He decided to improve his combat strength as much as possible and make preparations for this. In terms of cultivation strength, he could only improve step by step. He already had the best bloodline, cultivation methods, and magical powers, so he did not need them for the time being. However, there was still room for improvement in the 3 basic treasures of a Starry Sky Master: the armor, the combat weapon, and the warship. At the very least, he had to upgrade all of them to quasi-Starry Sky treasures. In addition to the indestructible glass armor, there were still 2 more treasures that needed to be upgraded. They were the Dongshu shuttle and the Devil Blood Star Tears sword. These 2 treasures were both at the epic star grade. The Dongshu shuttle had undergone 6 fusions, while the Devil Blood Star Tears sword had undergone 5 fusions. Very quickly, Yi Xian found 2 exchange items from the exchange shop. They were the items that were most suitable for fusing with them and increasing their grade. Other than that, he also exchanged for 2 extremely rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He planned to use them to improve his bloodline and abilities. There were 4 items in total, but they consumed 90% of Yi Xian's 50,000 devouring origin crystals. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few thousand crystals left. Although it was a little painful, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and submitted the exchange request. The next moment, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the exchange is successful. 4 treasures have been selected. The total amount of devouring origin crystals required is 50,800 crystals. The system has automatically completed the exchange. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously probed his body. As expected, there weren't many devouring origin crystals left in his undying world, so they should have been directly consumed by the system. After all, the exchange items provided by the system store couldn't appear out of thin air. Bloodlines, divine abilities, cultivation techniques, and the like could be stored in the system as data. However, Yi Xian had exchanged for heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals. They were all physical objects. The system had digested the devouring origin crystals and used a mysterious method that Yi Xian could not understand to transform the energy. It created the 4 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for. Such a method was too shocking. After entering the starry sky environment, this was the first time that Yi Xian had exchanged for treasures from the system shop. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. At the same time, the system notification in his mind did not stop. It continued to ring out, briefly introducing the 4 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Great 5 Elements Annihilation Disc Array, Offensive Treasure, Solidifying Disc Array. It can transform energy into 5 types of annihilating lightning. It can be divided or combined. It can affect the whole body. If divided, it can penetrate the Earth's crust and destroy mountains. If combined, it can destroy an area and fall into the void. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality, Flawless Perfect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Withered Demon Blade, Replica. It is said that before the heavens and earth were separated, there was a great demon that lost its memory. The evil in its heart was no longer there. It hid in the depths of the void and was in chaos all day long. One day, the evil completely recovered. The great demon was born and turned into a withered blade. It shone with a black light and killed countless living things. The souls of the dead were destroyed. It was the withered demon blade. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality, Flawless Replica. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Avicii Origin Crystal, Energy Crystal, condensed from the endless Avicii 9 underworlds. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality, Pure and Flawless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Calamity Dragon Pill, refined according to the ancient recipe. It is necessary for a great flood dragon to transform into a dragon. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality, Excellent Grade with slight flaws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Please check and confirm. As soon as the last notification sounded, Yi Xian felt a slight tremor in his body. In the blink of an eye, 4 different top-grade treasures appeared in his body. They were the items that the system had given him. A crystal the size of an egg, dark and shiny. This Avicii Origin Crystal was condensed from the endless Avicii 9 underworlds. He wondered if it could increase the power of the fallen Sky Bow. After all, it was the bloodline ability of the ancient Yiksha. The aura of the latter was similar to this Avicii Origin Crystal. There should be hope. A golden elixir shaped like a dragon's eye. This elixir was specially prepared by Yi Xian for the black gold dragon scale in his sea of consciousness. Since it was a special elixir for the flood dragon to transform into a dragon, it should have some effect on Yi Xian's devil dragon bloodline. He might as well give it a try. As for the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc, it was only the size of a palm. It looked like a compass, but its surface was engraved with countless obscure runes. It had a strong ancient aura, and there was also a faint sense of endless sharpness. Yi Xian planned to use this formation disc to perform the 7th system fusion with the Dongshu shuttle. If there were no accidents, once the fusion was successful, the Dongshu shuttle's attack power would be greatly improved. After the previous 6 fusions, the shuttle was already relatively perfect. The speed formation, defense formation, and concealment formation were all present. There was also the use of space folding technology in the shuttle. In addition, the short-distance space jump and long-distance wormhole jump ability had been perfected. The only shortcoming was the main cannon of the shuttle. After all, the shuttle was less than 500 meters long. No matter how big the caliber of the star-obliterating cannon was, it could only reach 200 meters at most. It couldn't even blow up a giant fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. After getting used to the terrifying power of the 20,000-meter death ray cannon in the space fortress, Yi Xian couldn't stand the power of the star-obliterating cannon in the Dongshu shuttle. Chapter 32:10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Withered Demon Blood Blade. The last treasure to be exchanged was called the Withered Demon Blade. Just the name of this blade was already amazing. Previously, when Yi Xian browsed through this type of magic treasure in the system exchange shop, he was immediately attracted by it and quickly confirmed that he would exchange for this blade. Unfortunately, it was just a replica, which made him feel rather regretful. Even so, its grade was still at the epic star grade. Its appearance was eye-catching, pitch black, and the shape of the blade was extremely ferocious and domineering. Although it did not leak any aura, it imperceptibly gave off a domineering aura. It could be said to be overflowing with demonic intent. This blade was prepared by Yi Xian for the Devil Blood Star Tears sword. The two were one sword and one saber. He wondered what form they would take after the successful fusion. In fact, Yi Xian preferred the Withered Demon Blade. Although the sword was strong, the saber was more domineering. He was more inclined towards the latter and was already looking forward to it. Just as Yi Xian was excitedly playing with the 4 treasures to be exchanged, the system notification sounded in his mind again. 2 consecutive notifications asked Yi Xian if he would like to activate the supplementary system immediately and begin the fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused. Devil Blood Star Tears Sword, Withered Demon Blade. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused. Dongshu Shuttle, Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc. Will you fuse them immediately? Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative reply. Moreover, he wanted to fuse them together. After making the decision, he waved his hand and stored the Withered Demon Blade and Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc into his body again. At the same time, he handed the Dongshu Shuttle and Devil Blood Star Tears sword to the devouring system, including a large pile of Star Core source that he had just taken out from the Undying World to use for the fusion. There were originally 1,000 mosquito beasts, 1,000 soldier ladles, and 1,000 demon slaves led by Gui Hai Yidao in the Dongshu shuttle. If the system was to fuse, all life forms in the shuttle would have to evacuate in advance. However, there was no need to consider this problem now. When Yi Xian started his preparations outside of the Death Star Vortex, he had already sent out all the forces in the Dongshu shuttle. Once all the preparations, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host. Fused, Devil Blood Star Tears Sword. Progress 1. Ding. Congratulations to host. The 7th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle has begun. Progress 1. Yi Xian heaved a long sigh of relief, but his heartstrings were inexplicably tight. From the beginning to the end, although he had fused his weapons, armor, and battleships many times, he had never failed. So far, he had succeeded 6 times in a row, and the Dongshu shuttle had succeeded 7 times in a row. However, the further they progressed, the greater the chances of failure. Similarly, the further they progressed, the greater the losses to Yi Xian would be. Worried about the gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little anxious at this moment. However, the more successful the fusion was, the more time it would take to continue the fusion. This was really a torment. This fusion of the battleship and the battleship would take at least 6 or 7 days to produce a result, which really made people speechless. Not long after, Yi Xian finally calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. He threw this matter to the back of his mind and took out some weeping soul beasts. Since he was bored, he could cultivate his spiritual power to pass the time. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Yi Xian entered a state of cultivation. Soon, he forgot about everything and let time pass. He was neither surprised nor happy. After a few days, Yi Xian finally exited from the state of cultivation. As soon as he opened his eyes, the notification of the devouring system sounded in his mind. The fusion of the battleship and the battleship had finally been completed. Congratulations to the host. Devil Blood Star Tears Sword has been successfully fused for the 6th time. Treasure obtained, Withered Demon Blood Blade. Grade, Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. Quality, Flawless Perfect. Congratulations to the host. Dongshu's shuttle has been successfully fused for the 7th time. Grade, Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. Quality, Flawless Perfect. As expected, the fusion of the two treasures was carried out at the same time, and the result was still a success. There were no accidents, which made Yi Xian relax. What surprised him was that after the two treasures successfully completed the fusion, their grades were both upgraded to Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure, which surprised him. At this point, Yi Xian's 3 most basic Starry Sky Absolute Treasures, the battle armor, and the battleship, had all reached Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. If news of this spread out and was known by others, it would probably cause an earthquake. This kind of man-made treasure was not comparable to those natural treasures like the Rai Di seal. Basically, Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure was the peak. Except for the life fortress of the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, Yi Xian had never heard of a second man-made Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. After completing the 7th fusion, the name of the Dongshu shuttle did not change, but the runes engraved on the surface of the shuttle were more complex. They were so densely packed that if one looked at them carefully, they would make one dizzy. This should be the result of the Grand 5 Elements Annihilation Array disk being completely integrated into the shuttle, turning into an array pattern that covered the entire shuttle. As for the extent of the increase in the Dongshu shuttle's attack power and the specific power of this array after it was activated, Yi Xian did not investigate it for the time being. When he had time later, he would find a suitable space to activate this array and blast it a few times to find out. After waving his hand and storing the Dongshu shuttle into his body, he turned his gaze to the withered demon blood blade. Yi Xian did not like the name of the Devil Blood Star Tears sword to begin with, but the withered demon blood blade sounded much more pleasing to his ears. More importantly, after completing this fusion, the form of this combat weapon had clearly undergone an earth-shattering change. Previously, it was a sword, but now, it was a saber. Moreover, it was a completely black and glossy, covered in fine blood runes, and its form was incomparably ferocious and domineering. It could be said to be perfect. Yi Xian's eyes burned fiercely as he fiddled with it for a long time with fanaticism. However, he could not find a single flaw in it. He was too satisfied. Only when his emotions calmed down again did he suddenly remember the sword spirit that was born in the Devil Blood Star Tears sword. After this fusion, the Star Tears sword had completely changed, turning into a heaven-shaking demonic blade. Could the original sword spirit have been erased because of this? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly injected his consciousness into the demonic blade to investigate, but the result was a false alarm. The demonic blood of the sword spirit was still there, but its aura had changed. Amidst the familiar bloodthirsty demonic aura, there was clearly a very mysterious demonic aura, which was even more astonishing. However, it had fallen into a deep slumber, as if some kind of change was brewing. This is clearly the effect of the withered demon blood blade's demonic aura, causing the sword spirit to transform and evolve. This is simply a pleasant surprise. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian quickly understood and became even more delighted. After this transformation, the demonic blood of the sword spirit would only become stronger. When this transformation was superimposed on the withered demon blood blade, the most direct effect was that the demonic aura of the blade would become even stronger. Yi Xian was very much looking forward to it. He could not wait to immediately feel the supreme demonic aura of this peerless demonic blade. The words sword spirit and demonic blood are not very appropriate, but blade spirit sounds really awkward. Chapter 32:11. The crisis of the remaining chapters: battle weapons, battle armor, and battleships. When these three most basic Starry Sky personal treasures were upgraded to quasi-Starry Sky grade, Yi Xian's battle prowess instantly soared by a large margin. But that was not the end of it. The Avicii Origin Crystal and the Calamity Dragon Pill were still not used. If nothing unexpected happened, these two items should be able to enhance both Yi Xian's Fallen Sky Bow and the power of the Demon Dragon's bloodline, greatly increasing his combat strength. In addition, with the help of the three combat armors, Yi Xian's overall combat strength would definitely be reborn. It would be incomparable to his current strength. However, considering that it had already taken him several days to fuse with the weapon, plus the time he had spent in the 6th palace of Shijue, it had already been half a month. Yi Xian was really worried that something would happen in Triumph City, so after pondering for a while, he immediately dispelled the idea of continuing to stay here and use up the Avicii Crystal and Calamity Dragon transforming pill in one go. I can only put this matter aside for the time being and return to Planet Victorious Return first. Once the situation stabilizes, I'll deal with it again. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately kept the withered demon blood blade into his undying world. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle and stepped into it. Very quickly, he turned into a streak of purple light and flew off in search of the exit. Half a day later, he finally found the void passage to leave the Death Star vortex. Yi Xian was relieved. Without hesitation, the Dongshu shuttle's speed increased sharply. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an almost undetectable ray of light and rushed out of the Death Star vortex, heading straight for Planet Triumph. Although only 10 days had passed, the changes in the Death Star field were as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. It was completely different now. For thousands of years, the entire Death Star field was practically filled with experts from various races. It appeared to be extraordinarily bustling, like a Starfield-grade void mine. Although the conditions were harsh, the people were quite prosperous. But now, with the disappearance of the source of source crystals, this dilapidated Death Star field instantly lost its original attraction and value, so almost all the Starry Sky Masters who had been lurking here had evacuated. Even the Tenju Heavenly Palaces and the Immortal Dynasty's majestic bases in this star field, Black Sky City and Old Sioux City, were the same. Black Sky City was originally a city-shaped magical weapon, so it was very convenient to take it and leave. As for Old Sioux City, what should be torn down was torn down, and what should be abandoned was abandoned. It no longer had its former grandeur, and was in ruins. Only Yi Xian's Triumph City was still rooted here. Not only was there not a single soul to be seen in this vast expanse of stars, it was even to the extent that even the boundless space and countless stars of various sizes had completely withered and died, and it revealed a shocking feeling of loneliness and desolation. Yi Xian drove the Dongshu shuttle at an extremely fast speed and streaked across the void. Along the way, he didn't see even half a figure of a Starry Sky Master. Even though he was mentally prepared, this kind of boundless desolation still shocked him slightly. The uneasiness in his heart gradually grew stronger, and he was afraid that his triumphant return would be like this. Everyone had already left. With continuous leaps and bounds, Yi Xian used less than a day to rush from the eastern Death region to the Triumph City in the western star field. The familiar majestic city was reflected in his line of sight. Clearly, it was still holding the defensive light shield and had not been abandoned. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally relieved. With a thought, the Dongshu shuttle turned into a purple light and plunged into the surface of the giant planet. Soon, he arrived in front of Triumph City. Then, he took a step forward and waved his hand to store the Dongshu shuttle in the undying world within his body. His figure flashed, and he had already passed through the defensive light shield and entered the majestic city. Everything in the majestic city was as usual, in good order, and there were no changes. With old devil mosquito butcher here, no one dared to lightly offend the heavens' might of heaven and earth. Of course, Yi Xian was an exception. Now, he was already infamous. Many starry sky masters' expressions changed when they talked about him, and they didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Even some of the more powerful forces and races had developed fear. This time, the sixth palace of 10 ultimates had been tormented miserably. Even the heaven and earth mighty expert's head had been blasted into a glossy black braised egg. It was really too cruel and too terrifying. Even the experts in Triumph City were scared out of their wits. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian suddenly return, their expressions changed one after another. Although they weren't alarmed, the expressions on their faces were incomparably strange. Yi Xian was confused, and after a moment of realization, he was immediately embarrassed. Naples, Yingtai, Gui Haidao, Li Wen, and the others quickly rushed over after hearing the news. Old devil mosquito butcher was still the same as before. When he saw Yi Xian, he grinned and scowled as he jogged over. Yi Xian immediately felt a strong wretched aura rushing towards him, and he immediately frowned. A grand heaven and earth mighty expert, yet he didn't have the dignity of a master at all. He was so filthy that he could compete with a pimp. This old thing's wretchedness was definitely incurable. It had long since seeped into his bones. From this, it could be seen that he wasn't pretending before. It was his nature. Yi Xian's expression was strange, but he felt a little better. At least on this point, the old guy wasn't deliberately deceiving him. As for concealing his cultivation, that was even less of a problem. There were countless experts in the vast starry sky. How many of them didn't do this? After being surrounded by his subordinates and exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xian found an opportunity and quickly dispersed the others, leaving behind only old ghost mosquito butcher. There were too many questions in his heart, so he didn't have the mood to consider anything else. He only wanted to immediately resolve his doubts. Unfortunately, the old guy was really hard to deal with. As soon as he heard Yi Xian ask about his identity and origin, as well as his purpose and scheme for deigning himself to be Yi Xian's servant, old devil mosquito butcher immediately began to play Tai Chi, evading the topic. In short, he didn't say anything serious. After talking for a long time, Yi Xian still didn't get any useful information. The doubts in his mind were still there, and there was no progress. In the end, he helplessly stopped. This was a heaven and earth mighty expert. If he didn't say anything, who would dare to force him to answer? Before, it didn't matter if he didn't know the identity of the other party. Now that he knew, if Yi Xian still considered himself the master and scolded him, he would be asking for humiliation. However, he didn't give up. There would be plenty of opportunities to beat around the bush. One day, he would find out all the truth. After putting this matter aside, he immediately asked about the secret of the devouring source crystal and confessed that he needed a cultivation resource to replace the level 9 9-colored planetary core origin. The effect of the 9-colored planetary core origin when breaking through the bottleneck seemed to be almost useless to him. He had encountered this problem when he had just entered the black hole realm. Obviously, it was quite serious. He still had a long way to go. I don't know much about the devouring source crystal, but I think it must have some special use. You have to inquire about this from the everlasting dynasty. Ordinary people don't know much about it. As for the fact that the effect of the level 9 9-colored planetary core origin gradually weakens after entering the black hole realm, it's even more impossible. I've never heard of it. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, old devil mosquito butcher immediately took over the topic. He looked at Yi Xian, who was staring at him like an idiot, and shook his head and sighed. There must be something wrong with you or your cultivation method. Yi Xian's mind exploded. It was as if he had been enlightened and instantly came to a realization. Chapter 32:12 Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Another path of evolution. Yi Xian had obtained the Dongshu scripture from the official auction house of the Heavenly River planet using a high-grade star core. It was known as a top-notch starry sky treasure level technique, and its value was immeasurable. Unfortunately, it only had the cultivation method for the first 8 realms, and it was severely damaged. Otherwise, it would not have fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. The original owner would not have put it up for auction, and the other experts who participated in the auction would not have missed it easily. They would have fought endlessly for it. Before Yi Xian started cultivating this technique, he had actually thought about it carefully before he finally decided on it. At that time, the black hole realm was too far away for him, and he could not touch it in a short time. He could have cultivated this technique while searching for the cultivation method for the 8th realm and beyond. He had the devouring system as his foundation, so he was quite confident. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. In less than half a year, his cultivation realm had soared to the level 1 black hole, but he had long forgotten about looking for the follow-up cultivation method, so he had never looked for it at all. It was only today that he suddenly realized that a crisis had quietly befallen him without him noticing. Now that the path of cultivation had been cut off, Yi Xian's cultivation would stop at the level 1 black hole realm before he found the next cultivation method, and it would be difficult for him to advance any further. This technique was known as a starry sky treasure level technique, and its value was immeasurable. The sea of stars was vast and boundless, so it was not realistic to want to find the next cultivation method in a short time. Although Yi Xian did have some clues, and if he wanted to, he could find the person who had entrusted him with the technique from the official database of the Heavenly River planet. However, it was meaningless. If there was any hope of finding the next cultivation method, the other party would never give up the first half of the incomplete technique. In addition, the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the Headless Infant Corpse originally had hopes of gathering the complete Void Dimension art. The former had an extraordinary origin. Most of the bloodline secrets and supernatural abilities of the Desolate Era's creatures had been passed down in the tower. Even if it wasn't complete, all of the inheritances were weaker versions. If the tower really had the inheritance records of the Dongshu scripture, it would not only contain the cultivation method for the first 8 realms, no matter how incomplete it was. At least, it would allow Yi Xian to have no worries in the short term. The Headless Infant Corpse was the same. Its origins were far too astonishing. It could command all existences on its side during the War of the Ancients, including Supreme Master Huang. If the Dongshu giant tortoise had participated in that battle, it would be of great use to Yi Xian even if the headless corpse only knew bits and pieces of information regarding the whereabouts of its inheritance. It could guide him in the right direction, and it would be much easier for him to find it. Unfortunately, all of this was just wishful thinking. Yi Xian was basically certain that both the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the Headless Infant Corpse were completely unaware of the Dongshu giant tortoise's cultivation method inheritance. This was because the Dongshu giant tortoise had never appeared in the ancient battle that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance. Even though it should be a supreme being from the same faction as the Headless Infant Corpse, Golden Divine Dragon, and other existences, it was just too mysterious. Back then, it didn't participate in the battle, so there was a high chance that it was still alive, not dying yet. Even if the Dongshu skill, which represented its bloodline inheritance, had appeared, it couldn't have appeared before or after the ancient battle. There had to be more to it. If Yi Xian tried to find it from the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the Headless Infant Corpse, it would be in vain. There are thousands of paths to cultivation. Although there are differences in power and speed of advancement, in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. Since the path of this skill has been cut off, why don't we change to another path and take another path of evolution? We can cultivate while looking for the remaining parts of this skill. Why should we worry about it? Seeing Yi Xian frowning and worrying, old Devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes again. Obviously, he didn't take this matter to heart. He said in an extremely relaxed tone. For example, the gene cultivation fluid popular in the human race's science and technology camp is a good choice. The biggest drawback of this path is that high-grade gene cultivation fluid is hard to come by, and its value is too high. It's not a problem for you at all. What's there to hesitate about? Yi Xian was stunned. At first, he was a little tempted, but then he reacted immediately. He glared at old devil mosquito butcher and said, "Can you not come up with so many lousy ideas? It's enough that the path ahead is cut off once. How can I make the same mistake twice? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Yi Xian had some understanding of the evolution path of using gene cultivation fluid to break the shackles of the human body's potential and break through the bottleneck to improve one's realm. This evolution method was efficient and direct. If the gene cultivation fluid was effective, one could immediately break through the bottleneck and enter the next minor realm. Even if it failed, one could at most try a few more times. The level 1 gene cultivation fluid was suitable for the first major realm, the core realm. The level 2 gene cultivation fluid could only be used after one entered the meteor realm. Otherwise, one could not bear it and would face the danger of exploding. The gene cultivation fluid used by black hole realm experts was level 8. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid corresponded to the 9th major realm, the origin realm. In other words, if Yi Xian decided to take this path of evolution, he could at least enter the 10th major realm, the grotto heaven realm, because he could get his hands on the level 9 gene cultivation fluid at any time. But that was all. After entering the grotto heaven realm, he would still face the dilemma of having his path cut off. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid was the highest level available in the everlasting dynasty. Yi Xian had never heard of the so-called level 10 gene cultivation fluid. Even if you end up in the grotto heaven realm, it's still better than being stuck in the black hole realm, right? The difference between two major realms is like heaven and earth. Mosquito Butcher did not agree with Yi Xian's point of view. He shook his head and said, "This evolution path of using gene cultivation fluid to break the shackles of the human body is completely different from the cultivation method you practice. They do not conflict with each other. No matter how far you go, as long as you can find the next cultivation method of the Dongshu formula, you can continue to practice it at any time. It will not affect you. Besides, don't think that this path is destined to stop at the grotto heaven realm. This saying is outdated, because the level 10 gene cultivation fluid has been successfully developed. Just a few days ago, the entire dynasty was shocked because the family that developed the level 10 gene cultivation fluid revealed even more shocking news. The bottleneck of the development of the gene cultivation fluid that had been stagnant for many years has been broken, and a milestone has been achieved. Perhaps one day in the near future, level 11, or even higher, gene cultivation fluids will be released one after another. This evolution path that has been stagnant for many years can finally take a big step forward again. What? There is such a thing. I have only been away for a few days, and even the level 10 gene cultivation fluid has been developed. The news was so shocking that Yi Xian almost could not believe it. However, Mosquito Butcher would not joke about such a thing. Besides, he could find out the truth after checking it later, so he believed it immediately. He immediately asked, "Besides, has the news been confirmed? Is the family that claims to have developed the level 10 gene cultivation fluid reliable? How dare they say that they will be able to develop the level 11 gene cultivation fluid of higher quality soon? Don't they feel that they are just trying to impress the crowd?" Chapter 32:13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Opportunity and Turbulence, it's that powerful? Yi Xian was shocked. The level 9 liquid could allow a black hole to enter the origin, while the level 10 liquid could allow the origin to enter the grotto heaven. That was true in theory, but it might not be effective in the first try. Even in the early stages, the Starry Sky experts who used the gene cultivation liquid to break through the bottleneck of a major realm often had to try many times before they succeeded, let alone in the later stages. But now, this newly developed level 10 liquid had helped that Starry Sky expert break through on the spot. This was definitely not a coincidence. It seemed that this family was telling the truth. They had indeed made great progress in the research of the gene cultivation liquid, setting a new milestone. The path of technological enhancement in the human camp had ushered in a new opportunity. It was about to shine brightly. Cultivation power, physical power, and spiritual power. These were three different kinds of power, all of which would eventually reach the pinnacle. Yi Xian had originally cultivated three paths at the same time. In the past, he mainly cultivated the hollow dimension technique, while his physical power and spiritual power were only supplementary. Now, he was only temporarily adjusting the direction of his focus. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart calmed down and he quickly made a decision. He had the primordial divine dragon's bloodline to temper his body, and with the help of the gene fluid to break through the shackles of the human body, he would definitely improve at a godly speed on this path of body cultivation. Now that the latter part of the hollow dimension technique is missing, the path of cultivation is cut off. Before we find the next part of the technique, we can only go on the path of body cultivation to break the shackles of the physical body. However, the gene cultivation liquid after level 9 has been monopolized. This situation is too passive. Our lifeline is in the hands of others, and we will be restricted in the later stages. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The gene cultivation liquid must be in our own hands. If others can make it, why can't we? You want to develop the gene cultivation liquid yourself? The wretched mosquito slayer nodded. This idea is feasible. And now that the opportunity has presented itself, we can't miss it. In the human camp of science and technology, there are many families that develop the gene cultivation liquid. Each of them has different secret techniques. If we can combine the secret techniques of each family, we will most likely have a greater breakthrough. Unfortunately, the human race has always been like this. Be it inheritance or secret techniques, they have never shared them. The concept of the big families is too deep-rooted. But this time is different. The success of the level 10 liquid is like a bomb that has touched the nerves of all the families. The family that developed the level 10 gene cultivation liquid is the name of Tuoba art. And is. They obviously want to use this opportunity to obtain some secret techniques from other families to create the gene cultivation liquid in the later stages. Therefore, after the release of the level 10 gene fluid, the Tuoba family has issued a call for all the top families in the three empires to gather on the heaven-warring planet to discuss. At this point, Mosquito Slayer narrowed his triangular eyes and grinned at Yi Xian. The Xianyuan family of the heavenly underworld planet is one of the families that received the invitation. If you are going to the heavenly underworld planet, you better keep a low profile when you meet the Xianyuan family. I heard that a few days ago, there were angry roars from the Xianyuan family from time to time. The chosen wealthy son-in-law has been womanizing again and again. Every time, he makes such a big scene. He is simply unscrupulous. This matter has become a laughing stock in the heavenly underworld planet. Old man Xianyuan is furious. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly had a headache. This must be caused by the news of his marriage with the ugly woman in the 6th palace of the 10 Absolutes. Previously, there was the disturbance of concubine Mei ordering him to quickly return to the dynasty to complete the marriage. Not long after, there was another. It was inevitable that the Xianyuan family would be laughed at. Although it was all a misunderstanding and Yi Xian was innocent, he was not without responsibility. When he first visited the Xianyuan family, it was just a normal visit, but he gave them a level 9-colored gene cultivation liquid. Who would have thought more about it? Therefore, this misunderstanding was getting bigger and bigger, bringing confusion to the Xianyuan family. Yi Xian felt a little guilty. No matter what, I must go to the heavenly underworld planet. Haven't I been sent away? Well, it's fine if I don't use the title of prince. It's just a change of identity. It's no big deal. After the follow-up itinerary was set, Yi Xian quickly asked about the current situation of the human race in the third universe. Whether it was the change in the Death Star field or the disturbance in the sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes before he returned, it was no small matter. You still have the nerve to ask this. The entire Wanluo Federation is about to collapse because of you. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes at the mention of this matter, and then explained everything clearly. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. In short, the situation was too chaotic, and it was more serious than he had imagined. First of all, the various races of the Federation in the second universe had launched an attack at the same time. They had suffered heavy losses this time. Only a few starry fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters had escaped from the fleet stationed in the Death Star field, and almost all of them had been wiped out. Now, it was basically certain that the formation of the Death Star field was caused by the sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes, Tianquanzi, in order to nurture a clone. Even if the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace kept denying it, the various races of the Federation in the second universe did not buy it at all. They put pressure on the Wanluo Federation headquarters and demanded severe punishment. Otherwise, they would not give up and would withdraw from the Federation. They even claimed that they would not rule out the possibility of war with the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace. In fact, in addition to the various races of the Federation in the second universe, the crisis and pressure that the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace faced included the Tianji clan in the first universe, as well as the Immortal Dynasty in the human race's science and technology camp in the third universe. The Tianji clan had also suffered heavy losses this time. Although there was no movement at the moment, they were definitely brewing some kind of big move. The internal strife in the Federation this time was a rare opportunity. If the various races of the Federation in the second universe and the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace really fought, the Tianji clan would most likely take advantage of the situation to invade. The dynasty was obviously very angry. In the face of the revolt of the various races of the Federation in the second universe, the Immortal Dynasty, which was also part of the human race's formation palace, had actually remained silent. Putting aside the fact that Tianquanzi had forced the dynasty's direct bloodline Prince Long Xian into a marriage alliance and wanted to borrow the dynasty's power to resist the various races of the Federation in the second universe and resolve the crisis, just the truth of the formation of the Death Star field and the accidental exposure of the undead Dark Phoenix was enough to make the dynasty dissatisfied. The third universe was shared by the human race. Because of his own selfish desires, Tianquanzi had actually destroyed such a vast starfield. It was really hard for people to accept. And the exposure of the undead Dark Phoenix undoubtedly proved that the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace definitely had some kind of shocking arrangement. This was not an ordinary starry sky beast, but an existence that only existed in some ancient legends. It was evil and ferocious, like the desolate evil dragon and other ancient life forms. It represented calamity and destruction and was extremely inauspicious. But it was hidden deep within the ancestral land of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace, which was shocking. And this was only the sixth palace of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace. What about the other 9 celestial palaces? Did they also have a similar ancient existence hidden in the snow? What did they want to do? Chapter 32:14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was terrifying to think about it. In short, Tianquanzi is in deep trouble because of you this time. His efforts were in vain, and the destruction of the sixth palace's ancestral land is a small matter. The key is that you have implicated the entire Tenju Celestial Palace. Apart from the external crisis from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Second Universe Federation, the Tenju Celestial Palace is already in chaos internally. At this point, the expression on Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's face became more and more strange. That devourer treasured body should have been refined into a doppelganger by you, right? Although Tian Qianzi strongly denied it and insisted that the doppelganger was yours, he was framed as a scapegoat. But no one believes this kind of talk. Even Tianju Palace asked him to personally capture the person. Obviously, they also have some doubts. However, after the devouring doppelganger escaped that day, there was no trace of it. Even Feng Duanfing was the same, completely disappearing. It is said that Tian Qianzi has been like crazy in recent days, mobilizing all the experts of the Sixth Palace and doing their best to search. He is going crazy. Oh, by the way, your wife seems to have disappeared too. On that day, the undead Dark Phoenix's pursuit failed and returned to the collapsed Sixth Palace's ancestral land. Someone saw her being taken away by a black light that emitted a strong dark aura. Since then, she has disappeared with the undead Dark Phoenix. It is said that when the braised egg spirit heard about this, he vomited blood on the spot. Braised egg spirit. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. The image of Tian Qianzi's bright head that had been blasted into a black sparrow by the Thunder Origin Pearl immediately surfaced in his mind. He immediately felt awkward and rubbed his nose, too embarrassed to say anything else. Isn't it just a braised egg spirit? I didn't expect you to have such a method. It's simply amazing. The mighty Qinkuan of the 15th realm couldn't recover. I guess he will be like this in the future. Until now, he still has an oily black head. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher laughed even more wretchedly. That scene must be very enchanting. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. Sigh, a braised egg spirit running around like crazy, crying. Just thinking about it makes me drunk. It's a rare sight. Cough, couldn't recover. Could it be that he was struck so badly that his form? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt even more embarrassed. He coughed twice and quickly changed the topic. That's right, what is the origin of that undying dark phoenix? Is it very shocking? In any case, it shouldn't have appeared in the current world. It's related to the Desolate Era. I won't say much about it, as I don't know much about it. If you want to find out more about it, you can ask around. How would I dare to talk about it? At the mention of this, old Ghost Mosquito Butcher became serious for once. His face was solemn. Yi Xian didn't know if it was an illusion, but he clearly caught old Ghost Mosquito Butcher glancing at his left chest. That was where the tattoo of the zombie lantern was. As his heart trembled, he suddenly remembered that the Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to have said something similar. Originally, he said that he would give Yi Xian a good fortune, but later, when he learned about the existence of the headless infant corpse, he laughed at himself. The old Ghost Mosquito Butcher in front of him was obviously the same. Could it be that he had also sensed something? The reason why he stayed by Yi Xian's side and refused to leave was all because of the headless baby corpse. Was the so-called heaven measuring spell so powerful that it could deduce the mysteries of heaven? If so, old Ghost Mosquito Butcher must know the origin of the headless baby corpse. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He almost asked more questions, but at the thought of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, he finally gave up. These two old guys were equally mysterious. The former immediately shut up when the headless baby corpse was mentioned. How could the latter be an exception? It would be a waste of time to ask, and it would only alert the enemy. It was better to pretend that he didn't know and find a chance to beat around the bush later. As for the undead Dark Phoenix, according to old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, it seemed to be related to the Desolate Era. This was too shocking. Yi Xian was shocked. Was it really a creature of the Desolate Era from the same era as the giant golden dragon and the desolate ancient Yiksha? Yi Xian's mind raced as he recalled the Battle of the Desolate Era that he had seen several times in the inheritance scenes. Vaguely, he did catch a wisp of aura. In the battle in the desolate era far away in the inheritance scenes, it was exactly the same as the aura of the undead dark phoenix that he had felt in the sixth palace of 10 ultimates. And it was very likely that the relationship between the two was not bloodline inheritance. It was very likely that they were the same existence. An undead dark phoenix from the desolate era actually lived until now. Not only did it survive the great battle of the desolate era countless years ago, but it was also related to the 10 ultimate celestial palace, the overlord of the human cultivation camp today. A chill suddenly rose from Yi Xian's back, almost making him shudder. If all this was true, he would be in big trouble. In the great battle of the desolate era that he had seen in the inheritance scenes of the heaven-falling bow, the existence suspected to be the undead dark phoenix in the distance was clearly the power of the enemy camp. Although his strength was not comparable to the likes of the desolate ancient Yiksha and the golden divine dragon, he was definitely not weak. He should be on the same level as Lord Void Ladle, a top-notch mighty figure second only to the supreme desolate ancient. Yi Xian did not dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. Even if its strength was far less than before for some reason, and the strength it showed was only beyond the 15th realm of heaven and earth, what if it recovered in the future and returned to its peak strength in the desolate era? Besides, since the undead dark phoenix had appeared, who could guarantee that there were no similar creatures of the desolate era hidden in the ancestral lands of the other 9 palaces? All this was extremely frightening. Yi Xian did not dare to think too much about it. His back was already dripping with cold sweat. What was the secret behind this? How could it be related to the enemy camp of the desolate era countless years ago? What was the relationship between the 10 ultimate celestial palace and the enemy camp of that battle? What was their plan? There is no need to worry about the devouring doppelganger. He can protect himself. Let him be alone in the cultivation camp controlled by the 10 ultimate celestial palace for a while and grow quickly. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian instructed the wretched mosquito slayer, "As for me, since I am going to leave for the Heavenly War Empire, don't reveal the news of my return to Triumph City, lest Tian Chenzi is attracted. He knows the details of the devouring doppelganger. If he can't find him there, he will most likely turn around and kill his way here." So what if he comes? I already have old scores to settle with him. Why should I be afraid of him? When Tian Chenzi was mentioned, the wretched mosquito slayer's face immediately sank. There was obviously an old grudge between the two, which made Yi Xian have various guesses in his mind. A demon had an old grudge with the 6th master of the 10 ultimate celestial palace. This matter was indeed fanciful. Of course, you are a mighty figure of heaven and earth. Naturally, you are not afraid of him. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Not only him, Tian Chenzi. Even if the undead dark phoenix is attracted, it doesn't matter, just drive it away. Ugh, old devil mosquito slayer was speechless, but he was still as shameless as before. He grinned at Yi Xian, his wretched aura blowing in his face. Get ready. Ask Naples to send me some gene cultivation fluid. I want everything from level 1 to level 9. Chapter 32:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Breaking the shackles. Yi Xian didn't know much about the details of the gene cultivation fluid research. Many of the core technologies were kept secret by some of the big families. Even if they were all stored in the Devouring Systems database, he could only gather some well-known information. Of course, if he wanted to obtain the core secret techniques in the hands of the big families, he could use his personal space communication system to hack into the other family's internal star network and steal it directly. In fact, this was one of the many plans Yi Xian had in mind when he embarked on the path of gene fluid research. In a nutshell, the genetic cultivation fluid was actually a type of superenergy biological potion that was blended with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures in proportion. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be some spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines in the universe, or some minerals that were melted through special means and mixed in. There were even materials such as the essence, blood and bone marrow of those void pharaohs. In short, it was extremely complicated and could be said to be all-encompassing, containing countless changes. Anything was possible. In the entire human race's science and technology camp, there were countless families and forces that researched the gene cultivation fluid. Even some individual cultivators were passionate about this path and never tired of it. However, the research forces and families of the countless big and small countries under the three big empires could only concoct level 1 to level 7 fluids. Level 8 fluids could only be concocted by a few of the top families in the three big empires' imperial capitals. As for level 9 fluids, only a few of the top families on the imperial capital's immortal planet could concoct them. Even the Xianyuan family on the heavenly underworld planet did not have this ability. The concoction of the gene fluid required a huge amount of natural treasures. The purity and ratio of each type had extremely strict requirements. When all these requirements were mixed together, the changes were simply unimaginable. Therefore, the difficulty of concocting the gene fluid would increase exponentially with every level. The difficulty was certain, but the most important thing was still the foundation and experience. However, this time, the Tuoba family of the Heavenly Battle Empire's imperial capital, Heavenly Battle Planet, had actually skipped the accumulation of experience needed to concoct a level 9 fluid. They had directly obtained the ability to concoct a level 10 fluid. Even the top families on the imperial capital's immortal planet were left behind. This matter not only shook the entire empire and shocked everyone, but in the eyes of some existences, there were many suspicious points. Without a doubt, it wouldn't be long before all the top-notch families in the entire dynasty that were researching geno-fluids gathered on the Heaven Battle Planet. Yi Xian had long since understood this, so he was not in a hurry to set off. If he wanted to make some gains on the Heaven Battle Planet, he needed to make some preparations before setting off. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping wood. Not long after Mosquito Butcher left, Naples and the others arrived and chatted with Yi Xian for a while. In the end, they left behind a small space box and left. The small box contained the genetic cultivation fluid that Yi Xian needed. It contained everything from level 1 to level 9. Although the level 9 liquid was precious, it was not easy to concoct it. The top families on the Undying Star could only concoct 10 vials of it every year. The entire human race's science and technology camp could only produce a few dozen vials of it. Even so, aside from the normal consumption, the dynasty would leave behind some of it every year as a reserve resource. Even the Wan Luo Federation's contribution point exchange warehouse had a lot of it. Yi Xian had exchanged for 3 vials in one go. From this, one could roughly estimate the amount of level 9 liquid in the dynasty's treasury. It was not enough to squander freely, but for some important members of the royal family, 10 vials could be easily obtained. This time, before Yi Xian left the Undying Star and was sent to the Death Starfield, not only did he extort a lot of resources from the dynasty through Uncle Kong's efforts, he also personally went to the 5 princes and extorted them one by one. In the end, he took away a huge amount of resources from the Undying Star, and the genetic cultivation fluid was one of them. Before establishing Triumph City, Yi Xian had only kept some of the treasures. The rest were all given to Naples as reserve resources for the development of Triumph City. In this small space box, there were 10 vials of level 1 to level 9 liquid. It was enough for Yi Xian to use. The genetic cultivation fluid stimulated the human body's blood and cells to unearth their potential, causing genetic changes and breaking the shackles of the human body. This would allow the evolution of life levels and the transformation of strength. This was an independent evolution system. Even though Yi Xian was now a black hole-level existence, if he wanted to embark on this path of genetic evolution, he would still have to start from the level 1 liquid. Different levels of genetic cultivation fluid had different colors. The level 1 liquid was as red as blood. Although its energy was not very strong, it was very unique. The level 1 liquid stimulated the human body's potential and completed the first transformation of the cell's genes. It was equivalent to opening the first door on the path of genetic evolution, allowing ordinary people to step into the hall of genetic evolution and become a star core rank 1 starry sky powerhouse. Yi Xian was now a powerful existence in the black hole level, so the energy contained in the level 1 liquid did not have much effect on him. Yi Xian did not expect the level 1 liquid to increase his strength in any significant way. This was indeed the case. The stimulation of the level 1 liquid on his flesh was very weak. If he did not feel that all the cells in his body were slightly numb, he would even suspect that the first vial had failed. After that, Yi Xian swallowed the vials one by one. The first vial was effective, and in less than an hour, he had swallowed a total of 8 vials. Yi Xian did not feel anything after swallowing the first 7 vials. Only when he swallowed the last vial of the level 8 liquid did he finally see the effect. The level 8 liquid could allow a peak galaxy level 9 existence to directly step into the black hole level 1 existence. Although Yi Xian was already at the black hole level 1 existence, that was the power of his cultivation and not the power of his physical body. After swallowing the last vial of the level 8 liquid, he immediately felt as if all the cells in his body were being strongly stimulated. Apart from that, he could even faintly feel the invisible chains that represented the shackles of the human body's potential. They were in his body, entangling all the cells in his body, imperceptibly imprisoning his strength. They were all over his body. Finally, as the strong stimulation of his cells gradually faded, Yi Xian clearly felt that these invisible shackles had lessened a little. This was the effect of the level 8 liquid. Yi Xian stopped after that. He was currently unable to consume the level 9 liquid. Its effect was to allow a peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 8 starry sky expert to directly break through to the origin level 1 level 9 origin level. Yi Xian's physical body was only at the black hole level 1, so it was still too early. He had to wait until his physical body reached the peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 1 before he could continue to consume the level 9 liquid and step into the origin level in one go. The evolution of my physical body has begun. Furthermore, my physical body has synchronized with my cultivation. I have also reached the black hole level 1, so the next step is to use all kinds of methods to push my physical body all the way to the peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 1. Chapter 32:16. The descent of calamity. The better choice Yi Xian was referring to was the other 2 treasures he had obtained from the exchange store not long ago in the Death Star Vortex, the Avicii Origin Crystal and the Calamity Dragon Pill. Avicii Origin Crystal, energy crystal formed from the accumulation of endless Avicii 9 hells. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Rank. Grade, Pure and Flawless. Calamity Dragon Pill, refined according to an ancient recipe, a miraculous pill essential for the transformation of a flood dragon into a dragon. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Rank. Grade, Excellent with slight flaws. Currently, Yi Xian had already opened the path to the evolution of the human body and could continue to cultivate like before. However, the energy from the star core would no longer be used to increase the power of the void cave technique. Instead, it would be used to temper his body and increase the power of his blood and qi. However, there were many other ways to achieve this kind of physical evolution besides the energy from the star core source. For example, the strange fruits borne by some strange trees in the universe could also be consumed if they had the effect of tempering one's meridians and bones. They would also have the effect of improving one's vitality. Of the 2 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged from the system's exchange store, the Avicii Origin Crystal was prepared for the Heavenly Fallen Bow's divine ability. It shouldn't have any effect on the increase of his physical body's vitality, but it could increase the power of Yi Xian's divine ability, which was also beneficial to his combat strength. As for the Calamity Dragon Pill, it was prepared for his demonic dragon bloodline, and the improvement of his bloodline was actually the growth and transformation of his vitality. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, if this calamity dragon pill really had a miraculous effect, his current level of vitality would definitely be able to achieve a metamorphosis, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the second-order black hole. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided to consume the calamity dragon pill and absorb the Avicii origin crystal at the same time. This was because there was no conflict. The Avicii crystal was a crystal. Yi Xian could not directly consume it like an elixir. He could only hand it over to the devouring system and let the system absorb its energy and channel it into the small golden bow suspended above his knowledge sea. There was no need for Yi Xian to interfere or pay too much attention to this. He could completely immerse himself in refining the medicinal power of the calamity dragon transforming pill. After making the decision, he immediately took out the two treasures. He threw the Avicii meta crystal to the devouring system in his body, and the calamity dragon pill into his mouth and swallowed it immediately. After that, Yi Xian went to the courtyard outside and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The reason why he didn't stay indoors was because he was worried that the demonic dragon's phantom image would appear behind him again. He was afraid that the aura would soar into the sky and tear the entire house apart. Ding! Congratulations to host for discovering Avicii crystal. Would you like to absorb its energy immediately? At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out. Yi Xian immediately gave a confirmation. At the same time, he instructed the engulfing system to directly inject the energy into the small golden bow after the absorption was complete. Then, he focused on the matter of absorbing the medicinal power of the calamity dragon transforming pill. This pill was miraculous. It melted in his mouth and turned into an invisible hot energy that directly rushed into Yi Xian's knowledge sea and entered the black gold dragon scale. Boom! Roar, as Yi Xian expected, as the invisible hot medicinal power of the calamity dragon transforming pill rushed into the black gold dragon scale, the originally silent dragon scale was immediately activated. A surge of majestic demonic dragon pressure surged out, and at the same time, a clear dragon roar rang out. A phantom image of a demonic dragon covered in mysterious black gold dragon scales appeared behind Yi Xian and soared thousands of meters into the sky. Fortunately, the starry sky energy shield covering the entire Triumph City was several thousand meters in height, otherwise, the energy shield would have been shaken by such a strike. But even so, all the masters in Triumph City were still alarmed. They all turned their heads to look in the direction of Yi Xian's central city castle, their faces filled with amazement and shock. The demonic dragon was a creature that could no longer be found in this world and only existed in ancient legends. Although what they saw at this moment was only a phantom image of a demonic dragon and not its real body, it was enough to prove that Yi Xian's body contained some kind of ancient demonic dragon inheritance. How could it not cause one's heart to surge with emotion and be indescribably excited? As for the outside world, Yi Xian didn't care. This was Triumph City, the safest place for him. Even if he didn't set up any defenses while cultivating, he didn't need to worry about any danger. At the same time, as the power of the black gold dragon scales was fully activated, the phantom image of the demonic dragon appeared behind Yi Xian and soared into the sky. The invisible heat that represented the medicinal efficacy of the tribulation dragon transforming pill, after being converted by the black gold dragon scales, was quickly regurgitated and rushed out like a raging river from the black gold dragon scales. As soon as it entered Yi Xian's knowledge sea, this raging river instantly exploded, turning into countless tiny streams that radiated out of Yi Xian's knowledge sea and began to nourish Yi Xian's every cell, every inch of his flesh, blood, and bone marrow. Voila! From this moment on, Yi Xian once again sensed the fine chains wrapped around the countless cells in his body. These chains represented the shackles of the human body's potential, imprisoning power. This time, the feeling was even clearer. Moreover, as the countless streams of the tribulation dragon transforming pill flowed past, the countless shackles that densely covered every cell in Yi Xian's body actually began to emit strange clanking sounds, as if they were being pulled and torn apart by an invisible force. An indescribable sharp pain suddenly came, and Yi Xian felt as if his entire body was being ruthlessly cut by countless invisible knives. This was the effect of the tribulation dragon transforming pill's medicinal efficacy pulling at the shackles, causing the transformation and evolution of his flesh and blood cells. The more intense the pain, the more obvious the medicinal efficacy of the pill was. Once this transformation and evolution was completed, the shackles of Yi Xian's flesh and blood cells would be torn apart even more, and the power of his blood and qi would soar. Understanding this, Yi Xian immediately became excited. At this moment, it could be said that he was feeling both pain and happiness. This feeling was too overwhelming, and it was indescribable. At the same time, the 9 netherworlds' fiendish energy of the Avicii origin crystal had also been completely absorbed by the devouring system. The entire Avicii origin crystal could be said to be of perfect quality. After the energy was absorbed, the crystal directly disappeared, leaving not a single trace behind. It turned into a pure black energy with a faint blood-red tinge, and was directly injected by the devouring system into the small golden bow suspended above Yi Xian's knowledge sea. Screech! Following the injection of this pure black 9 netherworlds fiendish energy, the small golden bow suspended above Yi Xian's knowledge sea was also completely activated. An incomparably tyrannical roar resounded, and behind Yi Xian's back, where the demonic dragon phantom had just dissipated, in an instant, another terrifying phantom appeared, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Countless experts in Triumph City once again turned their heads to look at the phantom behind Yi Xian. Their bodies trembled, and they felt a chill. Chapter 32:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The heavenly eye reappears. Screech. This screech was filled with boundless chilliness and murderous intent. It came from the primordial Yiksha. The 1,000-meter-tall illusory figure that appeared behind Yi Xian was a sinister Yiksha with demon wings on its back and a giant golden bow in its hand. It was exactly the same as the primordial Yiksha that Yi Xian saw in the Heavens Fall Bow's inheritance. No, there was still a difference. The only difference was the energy arrow that appeared on the giant golden bow in his left hand. In that epic battle, even the primordial Yiksha's true form had gradually drawn the bow to its fullest. The Heavens Fall arrow that soared into the sky was entirely golden, just like the Heavens Fall bow. When Yi Xian used the Heavens Fall bow's ability, the Heavens Fall arrow that appeared on the bowstring was the same. However, at this moment, the heavenly meteor arrow that was condensing on the primordial Yiksha's bow behind Yi Xian. Although the main color was also brilliant gold, there were clearly some black and red patterns within the dense brilliant gold that was its natural color. These patterns caused the Heavens Fall arrow to emit an even more ferocious aura. It was probably the effect of the black and red Avicii origin crystal. The Avicii origin crystal from the 9 underworlds had indeed enhanced the Heavens Fall bow's ability. It was as if the bow had been reborn. Unfortunately, although this kind of transformation was a good thing and the might of the heavenly fallen bow had become stronger, a calamity had descended upon Yi Xian because of this. To be more precise, the calamity wasn't caused by the Avicii origin crystal's transformation. There were 2 factors that caused the calamity. First, the mutated demon dragon's shadow appeared, exuding a dense primordial aura. Then, the mutated primordial Yiksha appeared, exuding a similarly dense primordial aura. The true forms of these 2 existences were the strongest primordial supremes in the distant primordial era, and they belonged to the same faction. 2 such auras had appeared in a short period of time, and both of them were mutated. The ancient auras were extremely strong, and in the end, all of this finally attracted the attention of some kind of power. This mysterious power could perhaps be called the will of the heavenly Tao. Ever since he experienced the primordial cage in the Demonkin Star region, Yi Xian had been thinking about one thing, and that was whether the will of the heavens existed in this environment of space. He had thought about this question for a long time, and in the end, he was inclined to deny it. The level of the will of the heavenly Tao was too high. The galaxy was so vast. If there was really a starry sky level will of the heavenly Tao controlling this endless galaxy, how powerful would it be? Perhaps even the primordial heavenly Tao of the primordial era could not compare to this, right? This was too terrifying, too unrealistic. It shouldn't exist. In his opinion, although there was the great Tao of the starry sky and thousands of laws in the vast starry sky, the will of the heavenly way, which was like the ruler of all things, should not exist. Yi Xian had also never heard of any expert in the starry sky who would face a heavenly tribulation when breaking through a realm. This just so happened to confirm his guess. However, all of this was completely overturned at this moment. Rumble. Boom! In the instant that the 1,000-meter-tall desolate ancient Yiksha appeared behind Yi Xian, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly sounded out from the boundless galaxy outside of Victorious Return City's starry sky barrier. A canopy of cyan thunderclouds was rapidly gathering, and in the blink of an eye, it had already extended for tens of thousands of kilometers, occupying nearly half of Victorious Return sky, and was still expanding. This was clearly the rhythm of a heavenly tribulation. The countless army commanders in Triumph City were all stunned. Was someone about to undergo a heavenly tribulation? In the starry sky environment, this was simply a matter of legend, something that no one could imagine. What the hell is this guy doing? He actually attracted the attention of the will of the heavenly way. How is this possible? Looking up at the sky, this time, even the wretched mosquito butcher, whose cultivation was at least at the 15th great realm, showed an extremely dignified expression, even slightly pale. He muttered to himself, what the hell is going on? This shouldn't be. Isn't the great Tao of the starry sky the convergence of thousands of laws? How could the will of the heavenly way appear? This is too shocking. No, the cyan tribulation clouds are not condensed by this plane itself, but by crossing through the void. In the end, the wretched mosquito butcher's eyes lit up as he examined the countless cyan thunderclouds in the sky above Triumph City. He finally discovered something and immediately exclaimed, in the deepest part of this vast thundercloud, there is clearly a strong aura from another plane. What is that? A giant closed heaven's eye. A heavenly eye of the great Tao. What is its origin? It is actually cyan, hidden behind a crack in the void, that is another plane. It is precisely because it sensed something, even if it is in a deep sleep at this moment, it actually subconsciously tore open the void, and the endless cyan thunderclouds descended. Roar! At the same time, as the sharp pain of all the flesh and blood in Yi Xian's body completely disappeared, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded again. The phantom of the demonic dragon that had just disappeared appeared again, side by side with the desolate ancient Yiksha, who was almost fully drawn, behind Yi Xian. The eyes of the two powerful supreme beings were full of strong killing intent as they looked at the crack in the void in the depths of the cyan thunderclouds. They seemed to have also sensed something. It was a very familiar aura, but it was very weak now, as if it was in a deep sleep. The efficacy of the Calamity Dragon pill was completely absorbed and the shackles on countless flesh and blood cells in Yi Xian's body were torn a little more. It was indeed useful. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the realm of the physical strength of Qi and blood has increased. Current realm, Black Hole Level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the realm of the physical strength of Qi and blood has increased. Current realm, Black Hole Level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the desolate ancient divine skill Skyfall Bow has completed its transformation. Its power has skyrocketed, and the evolution is gratifying. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the level of the demonic dragon bloodline has increased. The power of the related demonic god bloodline has skyrocketed by 10%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. When the system prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian opened his eyes. The moment his consciousness returned, he was stunned by everything in front of him. Looking up into the distance, the power of the demon's soul pupil between his eyebrows bloomed, and there seemed to be an invisible light shooting out of it, entering the deepest part of the cyan thunderclouds high in the sky of Triumph City. With the help of the demon's soul pupil's ability to see the source, Yi Xian clearly saw a crack in the void. The void on the other side of the crack had a strange aura. It was definitely not the third universe, but another distant mysterious world. Cyan Heaven's Eye. When the tightly shut cyan eye entered his line of sight, Yi Xian was instantly overwhelmed with shock and cried out involuntarily. It was too familiar. Chapter 32:18. One arrow turns disaster. The moment Yi Xian saw the cyan heavenly eye, he understood. Even though it was only an intuition, he was certain that this cyan heavenly eye was the commander of the enemy camp in the primordial war. It was suspected to be the will of the primordial heavenly Tao. Not only was it the true body, even the second heavenly eye that appeared in the primordial cage in the demon domain should be a doppelganger. And now, Yi Xian saw the real thing. Although the heavenly eye was closed and seemed to be sleeping, at this moment, he was so shocked that his hair stood on end. In the end, he was still targeted. Ever since he experienced the primordial cage in the demon domain, Yi Xian had always suspected that the commander of the enemy camp who participated in the primordial war should not have fallen, although Yi Xian did not see the result of that battle from the inheritance images. But since the primordial cage appeared, his guess was very likely to be true. Otherwise, who set up the primordial cage in the demon domain? Until today, this guess was finally completely confirmed. Yi Xian also suddenly felt an unprecedented strong sense of crisis because of this. Regarding the sudden arrival of this calamity, he understood after thinking for a while. This was obviously related to the heaven-falling bow's magical ability and the demon dragon's bloodline that had greatly increased in power. But this was no longer important. What was important was how to resolve the crisis in front of him. Never had he imagined that swallowing a single calamity dragon disaster transformation pill would actually cause such a terrifying calamity to descend, forcing him to transform the disaster. How was this a calamity dragon disaster transformation pill? This was simply a calamity summoning disaster summoning pill. Fortunately, the heavenly eye was not in a good state now. It was closed and seemed to be in a deep sleep. Could it be that it was severely injured in the primordial war? If so, the situation was not so serious that it could not be resolved. The headless infant corpse still had a chance to grow. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a strange intuition in his heart. He had a premonition that perhaps one day in the future, the primordial war in the distant primordial era would finally reappear in this world. But that should be very far away. At least for now, whether it was the headless infant corpse, the enemy camp commander, or the heavenly eye suspected to be the will of the primordial heavenly path, they were not in good condition and were in a deep sleep recovery period. His guess was confirmed again. At this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on Yi Xian's left chest suddenly heated up. He clearly captured two mysterious energies flowing through his body and finally entered the black gold dragon scale of the golden bow hanging above his sea of consciousness. At the same time, after the corpse lantern tattoo shot out the two mysterious energies, it went into hibernation again without any aura. When the aura of its old enemy appeared, it had no intention of showing up to fight. Judging from the two mysterious energies that had entered the golden bow and the black gold dragon scales, the headless corpse was probably trying to use them to resolve the current crisis. But it had no intention of showing up. This was the first time Yi Xian had seen the headless infant corpse avoid a battle. But it should not be because it was afraid, but because it was waiting. Screech! Screech, the small golden bow and the black gold dragon scale that floated above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness were respectively infused with a mysterious energy from the headless infant corpse, causing the 2,000-meter-long illusory figures behind him to change at the first moment. The demonic dragon's roar and the primordial yiksha's roar sounded at the same time. Then, the two terrifying shadows of the primordial lords began to merge. At the same time, the heavenly arrow on the giant bow in the primordial Yiksha's left hand shone brightly. In addition to the original golden color and the black and red patterns added by the transformation, there was a vague shadow of a black-gold dragon hovering above the arrow. Yi Xian's body violently shook as he immediately came to a realization. Without even thinking, he immediately shouted, "Immediately remove the starry sky barrier." Immediately. At this moment, all the powerhouses in Triumph City were completely stunned, including Naples and the wretched mosquito butcher. They could vaguely see the faintly discernible scene in the depths of the cyan thundercloud. Their hearts were filled with shock, and they were completely dumbfounded. Hearing Yi Xian's shout, Naples reacted immediately and immediately issued the order. With a buzzing sound, the huge starry sky barrier that originally covered the entire Triumph City disappeared in the blink of an eye. This starry sky barrier was a pure energy form. It required a large amount of energy to form, so removing it was very simple. All they had to do was shut down the energy supply channel. Xiao! Just as the starry sky barrier of Planet Victorious Return disappeared, an extremely sharp whistling sound came from behind Yi Xian. The primordial Yiksha's skyfall arrow was already fully drawn, and the arrow was finally released. In fact, it wasn't just a simple heavenly arrow that was released. Or rather, it wasn't just a simple heavenly arrow. The moment this heavenly arrow left the bowstring, the primordial Yiksha and the black gold demon dragon that had merged into one suddenly shrank at an unimaginable speed and merged into the arrow. When the tail of the heavenly arrow was about to leave the bow, the entire huge golden bow also turned into a golden light and merged into the arrow. In the blink of an eye, there was only one terrifying energy arrow left behind Yi Xian. It was colorful, and its aura was so terrifying that even he felt like his knees were shaking and he almost couldn't stand still. It was a simple arrow, but inside the arrow, there were two terrifying primordial supreme divine ability phantoms. Just how terrifying would its power be? It was simply enough to make one's imagination run wild. Yi Xian's heart instantly jumped to his throat. He had never been so nervous before because he clearly saw that terrifying heavenly arrow streaking across the sky of Triumph City and rushing into the boundless Milky Way in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to plunge into the center of the cyan thundercloud that was still brewing, in the depths of the thundercloud, in the void crack that connected to a different plane, the cyan heavenly eye that had been closed all this time seemed to tremble slightly. It felt as if the cyan heavenly eye had suddenly sensed something and was about to wake up. Yi Xian's hair stood on end. He began to pray in his heart that it wouldn't wake up. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the headless infant corpse that wanted to grow for a while and avoid a future battle was forced to appear and fight, Yi Xian still couldn't bear the consequences of such a battle. To be precise, it should be the third universe, the entire myriad Luo Federation, and the first universe where the Tianji clan resided. None of the three universes could bear the consequences. Boom! In less than half an instant, a terrifying explosion sounded. In the end, the cyan heavenly eye in the depths of the void crack couldn't open, and it didn't have the chance to do so. The heavenly arrow plunged into the cyan thundercloud and instantly exploded. A large expanse of the void was completely destroyed by a terrifying energy, turning into a void black hole. Even the void crack that connected to a different plane disappeared. Chapter 32:19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Restarting the journey. A simple yet tyrannical arrow destroyed all of the thunderclouds. Even the cyan heavens I had sensed something and tore through the void to descend was completely erased. The power of a single arrow had turned into disaster. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Very soon, the astral barrier that had just been removed reappeared. This was because the cyan thunderclouds in the distance had disappeared and a black hole had appeared. The majestic city could not be exposed to such an environment for too long. A newly formed black hole was still very dangerous. Although it was too far away and it was impossible for it to devour Planet Triumphant Return, at least not for the next 100 years, a newly formed black hole was accompanied by a large number of terrifying rays. Following that, the upper echelons of Triumphant Return City arrived one after another. The wretched Mosquito Slayer was at the front, followed closely by Naples and the Eternal Dynasty's State Preceptor, Dier, who had long been transformed into a member of the mech race. He was no longer the one who had wholeheartedly pursued the love of the butterfly. Instead, he had become a taciturning Tai. Then came Zwafong Tai, Li Mosquito, Ba Chai, Naboshan, Demon Slave Chief Barker, as well as the two Demon Slave 1,000-man brigades Kiliarchs, Gue Hai Dao and Sang Qingyu, who had followed Yi Xian from the beginning. Apart from that, Yi Xian even saw Du Wenxuan, who had been staying inside the Black Mosquito to research the folded space. Behind him were the 1,000 or so Federation elites who had been released from the Black Wind's 10,000-man hell. These people had now defected to Yi Xian and were extremely arrogant, declaring themselves as the so-called Triumphant Returns think tank. In fact, in Yi Xian's eyes, these people were a bunch of vermin who shared the same stench as the wretched Mosquito Slayer. Nothing good would come of them being together. This was also because Triumphant Return City was currently located in the Death Star region. The void surrounding it was filled with a large number of dead stars that did not even have any energy aura. Otherwise, if there were any life planets in the surrounding void, who knew how they would be tormented by these vermin? Even though the crisis had been resolved, and even the future threats had been eliminated as well, the other party had sensed something and tore open a spatial rift to lock onto this region of stars. It had turned into an enormous black hole that left no traces behind. No matter how extraordinary its abilities were, it would absolutely be unable to find this place again. However, perhaps it was because everything that had happened before was too shocking, but the faces of the experts who had arrived one after another were still filled with shock at this moment. Even the almighty figure of the universe, Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, was unable to completely recover. His slightly pale face had a heavy and solemn expression, and his signature wretched aura had vanished. This is truly rare. You don't have to worry about what happened before, and you don't have to think too much about it. The crisis has been resolved, and the possibility of future troubles has been completely eliminated. Yi Xian felt a headache when he saw that none of his subordinates made a sound after entering the castle, but their expressions were all strange. He knew that these fellows definitely wanted to ask, including the demonic dragon phantom that appeared behind Yi Xian, the desolate ancient Yiksha phantom, and the unexpected arrival of heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, it was from another mysterious and unknown plane of the universe that had broken through the boundary and descended. All of this was extremely strange. Among the experts present, except for Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, who might know some of the truth, the others should be completely confused. After all, the commotion was too great and too frightening. It was understandable that they could not remain calm. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not say much about all of this, nor could he explain it. In the following period of time, you can set your mind at ease and develop Triumph City in the Death Star field. Grow stronger as soon as possible. I have a hunch that the human race of the Third Universe, and even the entire Myriad Luo Federation, will undergo a great change. And it is very likely that the Tianji clan, the old enemy of the First Universe, will also be involved. When the time comes, all three universes will fall into some kind of turbulent vortex. We must take advantage of the storm to grow stronger as soon as possible. Only then can we have the strength to protect ourselves. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and swept his gaze over the experts under his command. In the end, his expression turned serious as he continued, regarding everything that happened just now, do not leak it out, including the matter of me returning to Triumph City this time, in order to avoid attracting trouble. As for me, I will leave tomorrow and change my identity to walk in the territory of the Eternal Dynasty, to train and grow. At this point, seeing that Naples, Ying Tai, and the others were about to speak, Yi Xian immediately raised his hand and shook his head. No one says anything. This time, I have decided to go alone. I will return soon. When the time comes, Triumph City will appear out of nowhere. In fact, this time, Yi Xian would not only be going alone, but even the trump cards he had were far inferior to before. The Tower of Desolate Antiquities Inheritance, Venerable Void Ladle, the Demonic Dragon's Phantom, and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn were all moved into the devouring doppelganger's body as if they were summoned by the Headless Infant Corpse. Apart from the Headless Infant Corpse, Yi Xian's current methods were only secret techniques of the Mind Power, Annihilation Spear, Destructive Vortex, Absolute Shock, Perfect Shock, as well as the Mind Thunder Technique, Mind Crush, Mind Charm, and so on. Other than that, there were also the Heaven Falling Bow, the Demonic Soul Pupil, and the bloodline abilities of the Black Gold Demonic Dragon, Giant Dragon Roar, Demonic Dragon's Eye, and Dark Seeing Light. Of course, there was still the Thunder Emperor's seal in his Sea of Consciousness that still contained 7 thunder beads, but he would not use it normally. This time, he would go out alone to train. He would try his best to resolve the crisis with his own strength, so that he could grow quickly. For a long time, he and his devouring doppelganger would be toying with each other, growing together. His devouring doppelganger would cause a ruckus in the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace of the human race's true cultivation camp. As for him, he would change his identity and look for opportunities to research gene cultivation fluid in the human race's eternal dynasty. At the same time, he would secretly look for the continuation of the Hollow Void technique, as well as information about the mysterious effects of the devouring origin crystal and other places of origin. As for the experts accompanying him, he only brought the mosquito beast Prince Shuaben, who was in the beast bracelet on his wrist. He did not even bring the 8-starred Wang Ladle, the 10 million mosquito beasts, or the army of 100,000 ladle soldiers. These subordinates had already been exposed and were branded with Prince Xian's brand. Even if he brought them along, he could not use them casually. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. In terms of treasures, other than the most basic treasures of a Starry Sky expert, the Withered Demon Blood Blade, the Indestructible Glass Armor, and the Hollow Void Shuttle, Yi Xian only brought the Wild Dragon Ship and the Giant Life Fortress. He did not bring the Black Mosquito Ship, the Black Wind Ship, and the other demonic human fortresses, as well as the Lightning Fortress. They were all left in Triumph City for the wretched Mosquito Butcher and Naples to use. This way, Triumph City could develop and strengthen as quickly as possible. Although this Death Star region was desolate and uninhabited, it was still very rich in all kinds of mineral resources. Although it did not attract the Starry Sky experts of the 3 major planes like the devouring origin crystal, it was still very valuable for the development of Triumph City. The key was that this was a land without a master. Any mineral resources on this Death Star region could be excavated as they wished. Chapter 3220. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Tianzhan Empire. Yi Xian had originally planned to travel alone and bring only the Mosquito Prince Shuaben with him. However, in the end, he had no choice but to compromise when his subordinates requested to go with him. He decided to bring a group of people with him, but he didn't want any powerhouses. That would go against his original intention of relying on his own strength to grow rapidly on this expedition. He decided to take Gui Hai Yidao and the 1,000 demon slaves under his command with him. Yi Xian had made this decision after some consideration. First of all, although Gui Hai Yidao and the 1,000 demon slaves under his command had been lavished with all kinds of cultivation resources during this period of time to allow them to rapidly improve their strength, their current cultivation base was far superior to when Yi Xian had first obtained the Black Mosquito Bastion. Chiliarch Gui Hai Yidao was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Star Realm, and the 1,000 demon slaves under his command were all at the 4th level of the Star Realm. Even so, for Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the Black Hole Realm, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't rely on them in the face of true danger even if he brought them along. If Yi Xian, who was at the Black Hole Realm, felt threatened, what use would 1,000 demon slaves at the 4th or 5th level of the Star Realm be? In other words, by bringing them along, Yi Xian wouldn't go against his original intention of going on this expedition no matter what. In addition, Yi Xian had an even more important purpose for going on this expedition in addition to searching for the next stage of the hollow void technique, the secret of devouring origin crystals, and news of new origin crystal production areas. That was to master the secret art of concocting the gene cultivation fluid as soon as possible and attain a higher level of mastery so that he could research and concoct the gene cultivation fluid on his own. This was a very complicated project, including the collection of information on the various natural treasures needed to concoct the gene cultivation fluid. There were many aspects that required a lot of effort. Yi Xian alone might be clumsy at times and be unable to do anything else. He couldn't possibly do everything himself, right? With Gui Hai Yidao and his 1,000-man army of demonic slaves, he could solve this problem. When needed, he could send them out to share his burden. These demonic slaves were all elite demonic scouts. They were completely capable of collecting intelligence and all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was because of everything that had happened that Yi Xian decided to take Gui Hai Yidao with him in the end. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle as soon as possible and got Gui Hai Yidao to lead an army of 1,000 demonic slaves into it quickly. In the end, Yi Xian waved his hand and kept the Dongshu shuttle into his undying world. He turned around and returned to the main building of the castle. No matter how his subordinates tried to persuade him, he refused to budge. The Heavenly War Empire was the same as the Heavenly Dark Empire. It was one of the three great empires under the immortal empire of the human race. The Heavenly War Planet was the capital of the Heavenly War Empire. The Tuoba family that had suddenly released a level 10 gene cultivation fluid and shocked the entire Federation was one of the top families on the Heavenly War Planet. They were one of the top families that had researched gene cultivation fluids for generations. It was similar to the Xianyuan family on the Heavenly Underworld Planet. There were many top-notch families on any empire's capital star. These top-notch families were all in different fields, but generally speaking, among all the top-notch families on each capital star, there were at least 4 or 5 who specialized in the development of gene fluids. The Heavenly War Planet was like this, and so was the Heavenly Underworld Planet. These top families that researched gene cultivation fluids basically all had the ability to concoct level 8 fluids. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to gain a foothold on the capital star, or they wouldn't even be qualified to enter the ranks of the top families on the capital star. Yi Xian had already activated his personal space communication system and connected to the internal star network of a flagship under Naples. He entered the database and made a complete copy of the information regarding the Heavenly War Empire and the Tuoba family. After all, it was the fortress fleet of Dynasty's immortal army on the immortal planet. The basic information about the 3 empires under Dynasty's jurisdiction and some of the important top families on the capital star was backed up in the data center of the star network in the fortress. Of course, this information wasn't complete. Some confidential information could only be obtained from the database of the Immortal Empire's first-level main network. That required authority. Moreover, the main control center of the Immortal Empire's first-level main network was a mature Immortal rank superbrain. Yi Xian didn't dare to take the risk of invading. That would definitely leave behind traces and expose him. Only when the Immortal rank superbrain in his hands that had entered the mature stage had truly grown up and transformed into a mature superbrain would he be able to freely invade without any worries. At that time, even if there were still traces left behind, he wouldn't have to be afraid of the other party's pursuit. Since they were both mature Immortal rank superbrains, Yi Xian had plenty of ways to cut off the other party's hopes of following the clues. The entire Immortal Empire occupied half of the territory of the Third Universe. In the center of this vast territory was the Immortal Empire's immortal star. The Zhoulian star region was divided into 3 parts belonging to the 3 empires. The 1/3 of the Empire's star region controlled by the Heavenly War Empire just happened to border the Death and Death Star region. Therefore, Yi Xian's star journey from the Death and Death Star region to the Heavenly War Empire wasn't very far. However, this was only in relative terms. In fact, starting from the victorious return star, with the Dongshu shuttle that was now a quasi-starry sky treasure at full speed, he would immediately enter any natural wormhole that was safe on the way and perform a long-distance wormhole jump. At this speed, it would still take about a month to reach the Heavenly War planet. As for the provoking family summons to all the influential families in the Empire that had the ability to refine level 8 genofluids and above, it indicated that the official date of the exchange meeting would be 40 days later. In other words, even if Yi Xian rushed at full speed, he could only reach the Heavenly War planet 10 days earlier. After arriving, he would definitely have to make some preparations. After all, he was only going alone and didn't have the qualifications to enter the meeting. This problem could only be solved after arriving. 10 days was very tight. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't dare to delay. Early the next morning, he took out the Dongshu shuttle and hurriedly set off, heading towards the Heavenly War Empire's capital, the Heavenly War planet, as fast as lightning. There was still a month's time on the way, but this time, Yi Xian didn't use this time to cultivate. On one hand, this time he didn't ride on the other starry sky fortresses and other giant ships. The Dongshu shuttle was speeding all the way and required him to personally control it, so he couldn't go into seclusion. On the other hand, Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of this time to properly study the information he had copied from the Naples flagship fortress on the Heavenly War planet and the Tuoba family. Chapter 32-21. Gathering of the winds and clouds. This time, the Heaven Battle planet could be said to be a gathering of the winds and clouds. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, all the family clans and large factions that researched gene cultivation fluids were gathered together. Other than Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shinong Gene from the undying star of the dynasty who had the ability to concoct the level 9 liquid, all the top families in the three empires who had the ability to concoct the level 8 liquid had also arrived. The three empires in the Immortal Dynasty were the Heaven Nether Empire, the Heaven Battle Empire, and the Heaven Wind Empire. The three top families in the Heaven Nether Empire were the Xinyuan family, the Huangfu family, and the Nangong family. The three families that hosted the Heaven Battle Empire were the Tuoba family, the Gong family, and the Changyu family. As for the Heaven Wind Emperor family, the three families that could concoct a level 8 fluid were the Duanmu family, the Wu family, and the Shintu family. Other than that, there were also itinerant cultivator families and factions that did not come from the capital planets of the three empires. They also had the ability to concoct a level 8 fluid. They were the Huyan family, the Bailey family, the Pengqing Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Genetics Company. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, the top powers in the field of gene cultivation fluid research were these families and factions. There were three families in the capital that could concoct a level 8 fluid and above. There were three families in the capital cities of the three empires, as well as four itinerant cultivator factions and powerful families. There were a total of 16 families. Of course, among these 16 top powers, the three families that came from the capital's immortal planets had a transcendent status. This was because they had the ability to concoct a level 9 fluid. They were the pillars of the dynasty. But now, even the pillars of the three empires kept a low profile after coming to the Heaven Battle planet. After all, the Heaven Battle planet's Tuoba family had already successfully concocted a level 10 fluid. They had caught up with the rest and were the sole leader in the field of gene cultivation fluid research in the dynasty. For this, although the other 15 top families and factions had sent important clansmen to participate in this exchange, they were all holding back. They were not convinced by each other and were secretly competing with each other. In the Everlasting Dynasty, it was the first time that the top forces in the field of gene cultivation fluid research held such a large-scale exchange gathering. Although there had been similar events in the past, they were basically exchanges between the various empires and even some small countries. There had never been a gathering like today, where the top three empires of the dynasty and the top row cultivator forces gathered together. For such a grand event, the 16 top forces and families that had come to participate in the exchange had each sent a big shot to lead the team, as well as a group of true technical elites to carry out the exchange. Unexpectedly, the heirs of their respective forces had all rushed over as well. For example, Xianyuan Ziying, the successor of one of the three great clans of the heavenly underworld empire, the Xianyuan clan, had come to the heaven battle planet. The young masters and heirs of the other 15 top-notch families had also come. This was because, for these families that researched the gene cultivation fluid, the source of their future glory was the research and formulation of the gene cultivation fluid. Although they all had the ability to formulate a level 8 gene cultivation fluid and above, the subsequent research was more and more difficult. Now that the crisis had arrived, and the Tuoba family was the dominant force, if they did not take any action, they would soon be left far behind. In the end, they would not be able to recover from this setback and would gradually be forgotten by history. Facing this kind of crisis, the other 15 top-notch families all had their own countermeasures, and a marriage alliance was one of their many countermeasures. The 16 top-notch families and factions that researched the gene cultivation fluid all had different secret techniques and recipes in their hands, and they kept them to themselves and did not share them with others. However, if they were to form a marriage alliance, there would no longer be any suspicion between the two families. At least, they would be able to develop a high degree of cooperation to a certain extent. Perhaps there would be breakthroughs, and they would not dare to say that they would be able to surpass the dominant Tuoba family, but it would guarantee that the two families would be able to resolve this crisis and not be left behind by the general trend. There was still hope. With such thoughts in mind, the 16 top-notch families and factions that researched the gene cultivation fluid all arrived at the heaven battle planet one after another. Taking advantage of the fact that the conference had yet to officially begin, they all began to interact with each other every day to get to know each other better. Of course, this was basically just between the older generation and the younger generation. It was quite lively for the younger generation to meet up with each other. Yi Xian had arrived at the heaven battle planet under such circumstances. After rushing all the way from the Death Starfield, when Yi Xian arrived at the heaven battle planet, there were only 5 days left until the official start of the conference. There was a slight delay on the way. Before entering the heaven battle planet, Yi Xian had already changed his appearance. Now, he was an extremely rough and burly man in his 30s. He had a completely different style from the gentle and refined Prince Xian from before. Now, no matter who saw him, they would definitely not associate him with Prince Xian. Of course, this kind of appearance-changing technique was considered a small trick in the universe. Not to mention the powerful beings of heaven and earth, even the powerful beings of heaven and earth, who were 2 or 3 realms stronger than a shifter, would be able to see through it with a single glance. However, Yi Xian had the headless corpse of an infant, so there was no need to worry about this. Even the powerful beings of heaven and earth would not be able to see through his original identity. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he even took off the beast ring that he always wore on his wrist and threw it into the Dongshu shuttle. This was to prevent people who were familiar with him, such as the purplish warbler, from seeing through the clues and analyzing his identity. For this alias, Yi Xian used the name Linghu Chong this time. The top great families of the empire basically all had multiple surnames. Yi Xian did some research and found that there just so happened to be no great families with the surname Linghu. Even the great families of some small countries did not have the surname Linghu. Thus, he decided to use it conveniently. After arriving at the heaven battle planet, he immediately used his personal intergalactic system to connect to the heaven battle planet's internal intergalactic network. Then, he ordered the system to search for information. Very quickly, he found out that the prodigies of the 16 great clans were gathered at the Clear River Tower today. In order to obtain some inside information from these people, he immediately rushed over. The Clear River Tower was very famous in the Heaven Battle Empire. It was located at the edge of a vast river in the imperial capital. This river was called the Clear River. The entire Clear River Tower was 18 floors high. Generally speaking, only certain high-ranking officials and wealthy people of the imperial capital had the ability to go up to the 10th floor because the cost was too high. Moreover, the Clear River Tower did not accept Federation coins, which were blank star core crystals, but real star core sources that were full of energy. This was a cultivation resource that ordinary people could not afford. Even the powerful beings of heaven and earth would not complain about having too many cultivation resources in their hands. They would actually use them for drinking and drinking. Only the rich people of the great families and the high-ranking officials of the empire would not care about this. Chapter 32-22. Reaching the 18th floor, Clear River Pavilion was well known in the Heaven War imperial capital. The 18th floor was the tallest building in the Heaven War imperial capital, excluding the few important buildings in the inner city. After reaching the top, one could see all the mountains and most of the Clear River. The scenery was beautiful to the extreme. This level 7 purple star core was the price to pay for seeing the scenery. Even if one didn't drink a cup of tea and just walked around casually, it would not be returned. Buying a level 7 purple planet core origin just to look at the scenery was simply daylight robbery. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't want to be spendthrift like this. But the young master of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Lin Feng, definitely didn't belong to this group. Today, he invited the young masters and heirs of the other 15 top families to the top of Clear River Pavilion. There were 16 people, and the entrance fee to the summit alone was 16 level 7 purple star core origins. As the young master of the Tuoba family, who was the host, it was rare for him to have such an opportunity to show off. Naturally, it was impossible for him to invite these people over and just drink some tea and eat some snacks. It was noon, and Tuoba Lin Feng had prepared a feast here. There were all kinds of rare beasts, spirit wine, and delicacies. They were all the best goods in the Clear River Pavilion. The wine and dishes cost at least hundreds of thousands of level 7 purple star nucleus origins. Even for him, it was an extremely painful price. But if he could take this opportunity to get close to one of the proud daughters of the 15 top families and leave a good impression, it would pave the way for a marriage alliance in the future. All of this was worth it. That's right, the Tuoba family also had the idea of a marriage alliance, but the starting point was different from the other 15 top families. The other 15 top families had this idea because they wanted to join forces to deal with the huge crisis brought by the appearance of the Tuoba family together. And the Tuoba family wanted a marriage alliance with a top family or force because they wanted to find a reliable partner. After entering the Medicine Saint's relics, they could rest assured and join forces to get the most benefits. Although the 18th floor of Clear River Pavilion was quite large, enough for hundreds of people to gather here, there were very few people here. Even if someone wanted to come today, after hearing that someone had already arrived, most of them would give up. Generally speaking, those who chose to spend money in this kind of place were not just for fun, but for a banquet with a purpose. In this kind of situation, it was naturally inconvenient to share a room with other guests. However, there was only one open hall on the 18th floor, so generally speaking, as long as there were guests who had arrived first, the latecomers would be tactful and either change the date or move to the 17th floor below. At present, there was only one table in the entire 18th floor of Clear River Tower. Other than the attendants of Clear River Tower, there were only 16 people, including Tuoba Lin Feng. Because the entrance fee to this floor was based on the number of people, even Tuoba Lin Feng didn't bring any attendants. The others were even more embarrassed. Originally, he thought that there would be a quiet environment, and that there wouldn't be any ignorant fellows who knew that the 18th floor already had an owner but still came to interfere and spoil everyone's mood. However, this kind of accident just had to happen. The person who came was Yi Xian. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a thick beard. He was dressed in gray clothes. Although he had an extraordinary momentum and was obviously a powerhouse, he gave others the feeling that he was a casual cultivator. Although he was powerful, he was not qualified to enter the 18th floor of the Clear River Pavilion. Therefore, when Yi Xian just walked to the stairs of the 18th floor, an expressionless attendant immediately came over and politely raised his hand to stop him. With disdain in his eyes, he said in an extremely cold tone, "Fellow cultivator, please stop. The 18th floor is not a place you can enter casually. Why don't you take a seat on the 17th floor below?" Although he sensed that Yi Xian's cultivation was in the black hole realm, and this attendant was only in the third order of the planet realm, the fourth realm, he looked at Yi Xian with disdain. This was Clear River Pavilion. Not to mention a black hole realm cultivator, even a Tao Inside realm cultivator wouldn't dare to behave atrociously here. He was very confident and thought that he had something to rely on. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of Tuoba Lin Feng and the others. However, they only glanced over and no longer paid attention to it. Tuoba Lin Feng had ordered a table of delicacies, and they were all rare delicacies, including top-grade spirit wine. Even if the other 15 youths were all juniors of great clans, they wouldn't be so extravagant on normal days. Just one meal was worth several hundred to 1,000 level 7 purple planetary core origins. It was too scary. Therefore, everyone was eager to have a try and were in high spirits. This included the purplish warbler from Tianming Imperial Capital. However, she seemed to have something on her mind. Facing such a table of delicacies, she didn't smile. "I think it's quite empty up there. Why can't we enter? Are you looking down on us?" Since his current appearance was so rough, he naturally had to cooperate with him in terms of personality. Therefore, Yi Xian appeared to be extremely free and easy at this moment. As he spoke, he glared at him and shouted at the top of his lungs. You, that waiter was so frightened by the black hole realm aura that surged out from Yi Xian's body that he trembled and almost fell to the ground. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was probably a hooligan. It was his fault for being so ignorant. With such an appearance, it was easy for him to guess. However, after a slight panic, he quickly calmed down. Thinking that this was Clear River Tower, the waiter immediately sneered. Emboldened, he glanced at Yi Xian and said with a sneer, "Fellow cultivator, you'd better not make trouble here. You can ask around about the background of Clear River Tower. As for entering the 18th floor, as long as you can take out a level 7 purple planetary core origin, it will be fine. But listen carefully, this is the entrance fee. Other expenses will be calculated separately. Isn't it just a level 7 purple core? I thought you wanted a 9-colored core. What's the big deal? You're looking down on us." Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He did this on purpose to attract the attention of the 16 top gentry disciples. After all, he didn't have the qualification to enter the top gentry exchange meet in 5 days, so he could only rely on these guys. At this moment, his voice was still very loud, and his tone was even louder. It sounded as if he didn't even care about the level 9-colored star core origin. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and threw out a level 7, purple star core origin. He strode up the stairs and reached the 18th floor. Then, he looked around and pretended to ignore the 16 young heavenly legends of the top aristocratic families who were looking at him in surprise. He turned around and walked to the window seat on the other side and sat down directly. That waiter was holding the level 7 purple planetary core that Yi Xian casually threw out. He was dumbfounded. Then, a trace of embarrassment and anger appeared on his face. "How dare this guy say I'm looking down on you?" Chapter 32-23. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Medicine Saints Relic. It had to be said that Yi Xian's words were indeed a bit pretentious, at least in the eyes of Tuoba Lin Feng and the others. A level 3 black hole realm cultivator was indeed an expert to the attendant. However, among the 16 young masters and heirs from the various top clans present, which one of them was not a black hole realm cultivator? Even with their status, they did not dare to say such a thing, as if a level 9 colors realm was nothing. This person was obviously an individual cultivator, so how could he be so arrogant? Not to mention that a group of people had gathered here. Originally, besides the attendants of Clear River Tower, they were the only table on the entire 18th floor, and there were no other people, so it was extremely comfortable. But now, an outsider had suddenly arrived, and it was in existence with such a rough appearance. Most importantly, not only did he have a loud voice, but his temperament was also very pretentious. He was simply a killjoy, and it instantly caused the originally rather lively atmosphere to become sluggish. Except for the purplish warbler, who was still expressionless, as if he was thinking about something else, the other 15 people showed some displeasure. Humph, he's just an individual cultivator, puffing himself up at his own cost. I'd like to see how he's going to pretend later. It was not easy to invite the heirs of the other 15 top families today, so the atmosphere was quite lively, but now it was disturbed by a boorish individual cultivator. Tuoba Linfeng was angry, so in order to drive Yi Xian away, he deliberately raised his voice. With a sarcastic tone, he sneered, "Humph, in my opinion, this person can only look at the scenery on the 18th floor of Clear River Tower. I'm afraid he can't even afford a cup of tea. He can only watch us eat heartily. Such a disgraceful thing, if it were me, I would have left with my tail between my legs." In fact, this was his purpose. He did not want to have such a good gathering disturbed by such an unpresentable individual cultivator. He was forcing Yi Xian to leave with his words. As for his cultivation strength, Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the black hole, while Tuoba Linfeng was already at the 9th level of the black hole. He wasn't afraid at all, and if it wasn't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, with his temperament, he would have taught Yi Xian a lesson. Hearing his words, the attendant of the Clear River Pavilion, who was ridiculed by Yi Xian earlier, felt greatly relieved. The Tuoba family was a top-notch family in the Heavenly War Empire, and this time, they had even released a level 10 liquid, which shook the entire empire. At this moment, seeing that the young master of the Tuoba family was on the same side as him and actually took the initiative to mock him, he felt greatly relieved. However, although he wanted nothing more than to immediately walk up and deliberately ask Yi Xian if he wanted to order some spirit wine and delicacies as a form of humiliation, he considered that this fellow was a rough man. If he were to vent his anger on him, he was afraid that he would suffer an unexpected calamity. Therefore, although the attendant was in a bad mood, he didn't continue to humiliate Yi Xian as if he was courting death. Tuoba Linfeng saw that Yi Xian did not respond after hearing his words. If he continued to act like this, it would be a big loss to his status. Although he was unwilling, he did not continue to ridicule him and ignored him with a cold snort. In the end, this ignorant individual cultivator was only an unexpected interlude. Today's banquet was the main business. Perhaps the other party would immediately leave, so there was no need to pay attention to him. As a result, the attention of the top family heirs quickly shifted and they chatted with each other, directly ignoring Yi Xian's existence. Among the other 15 people, there were a few who were deliberately trying to get closer to Tuoba Linfeng. For example, the heirs of the Gongyang and Changyu families, Gongyang Ji and Changyu Xiaotian. These two people saw that the atmosphere of the banquet was somewhat unsatisfactory, so they turned to look at each other before speaking up, wanting to start a conversation. Linfeng, tell us about the Medicine Saint's ruins. Although Tuoba family head has not officially disclosed this matter, we have already received the news. Don't try to shirk away from it. That's right, in the exchange meeting in 5 days, Tuoba family head will publicly disclose this matter. In fact, some of the elders of our families have privately chatted with Tuoba family head and have already learned some things. How about taking advantage of today's banquet and Brother Linfeng explain some things to us? Since it will be announced to the world in 5 days, it is rare for us to get along so well, so let's borrow your east wind and see it first. Brother Linfeng, quickly tell us, it is said that the reason why your Tuoba family's research on the gene cultivation fluid has suddenly advanced so quickly, leaping past the 9th level and pushing out the 10th level in one fell swoop, is all related to the Medicine Saint's ruins. After we heard about this matter from the elders, we have been scratching our hearts. There is actually such a thing. Brother Lin Feng, let's not keep this matter in suspense, otherwise I am afraid we will not be able to eat or sleep in peace today. As this topic was brought up, the eyes of the other top-class successors who had never heard of this matter lit up. They were instantly interested and urged one after another. Even the purplish warbler, who originally seemed to have some worries, looked at Tuoba Lin Feng after hearing these words. It was obvious that he was extremely interested in this matter. When this matter was brought up, especially when he saw that the purplish warbler's gaze had finally converged on him, Tuoba Lin Feng immediately became complacent. Ever since the purplish warbler had arrived on Heaven Battle Planet a few days ago, Lin Feng had been shocked by her beauty the moment he saw her. Since then, he had fallen in love with her. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to curry favor with her, the goddess had never given him any face. For this reason, Tuoba Lin Feng had specially investigated and finally found out that the purplish warbler had been abandoned by the imperial dynasty's Casanova Prince Long Xian. His heart immediately became filled with resentment and unknowingly, he also bore a grudge against Prince Xian. At this moment, seeing that the purplish warbler finally seemed to have a bit of interest in him, and this matter was indeed as Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian had said. The Tuoba family's old family head had originally planned to announce this matter at the exchange meeting in 5 days, so it didn't matter if he said it sooner or later. He could take advantage of this opportunity to show his face in front of this group of top-class successors and let the goddess have a whole new level of respect for him, and even have a good impression of him. Why not? Thinking like this, Tuoba Lin Feng immediately made up his mind. After clearing his throat, he faced the crowd and cupped his hands. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw that annoying rogue cultivator sitting alone on the other side. He had been carefully listening to their conversation the entire time. That serious expression of his made even his ears stand up. Tuoba Lin Feng was startled and immediately understood. He laughed and said, "After all this time, it turns out that you actually came to inquire about information. This fellow Daoist's appearance is rough, but his mind is quite meticulous. However, this matter is an internal secret among the top-class families. I'm afraid it's not good to spread it. If you know your place, you should quickly leave. Otherwise, this young master will call someone over and ask you to leave." Chapter 32-24. Linghu the waiter had been waiting by the side. Clear River Pavilion had its own rules. The pavilion master had announced publicly that any guest who came here to spend money could talk freely. If the waiter leaked the information, Clear River Pavilion would bear all the responsibilities. For so many years, such a thing had never happened. Over time, the officials of Heaven Battle Planet had gradually gotten used to it. No matter how secretive the matter was, with an attendant by the side, it was no longer a taboo. After all, Clear River Pavilion had a great background and was full of mystery. It was said that even the monarch of the heavenly underworld empire was extremely courteous to him. With such an identity, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. Therefore, Tuoba Lin Feng was not worried about having an attendant by the side. Furthermore, the matter he wanted to discuss was going to be revealed 5 days later. Originally, he was going to make it public. Now that he pointed the spearhead at Yi Xian, he was simply taking advantage of the situation to bully others. He had long found him an eyesore. When the attendant heard that Yi Xian's attitude was so tough this time, claiming that he would summon the head steward of Clear River Pavilion to expel them, he immediately felt confident. He was no longer worried that Yi Xian would get angry and hurt him. If that really happened, the young master of Tuoba family would not sit idly by, because that was tantamount to slapping his face in front of everyone. Although that annoying rogue cultivator had an amazing cultivation and was already a black hole realm existence, he was only at rank 3. On the other hand, the young master of Tuoba family and the 16 people at his table were all in the black hole realm. What was there to fear? Under such circumstances, the attendant immediately puffed up his chest and walked towards Yi Xian with a sinister smile on his face. He directly sneered, "Fellow Daoist, please leave. Otherwise, we will really expel you. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be good for our reputation." Paw. Just as the attendant finished speaking, he didn't even see Yi Xian stand up before the former's face was slapped. His entire body was sent flying, and before he even landed on the ground, he spat out a blood arrow in the air. There were clearly 2 large molars that fell with blood. Humph. You really are a snob. Who told you that this young master doesn't want to spend money? What's more, I just said that if you come up and hand over a 7-colored jade, you can look at the scenery as you wish. How long has this young master been here? Are you going to kick him out? Besides, how do you waiters work? This young master has been sitting here for so long, yet no one has come forward to serve me. Could it be that this young master has to personally run to the kitchen to find something to eat? Since you're so ignorant, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the owner of Clear River Pavilion. Get someone else to serve me. In addition, clean up this dog's fangs and blood immediately, so as not to affect my appetite. Ding. After being looked down upon time and time again, Yi Xian's anger rose. At this moment, he imitated the successor of the Tuoba clan and kept on calling himself this young lord. He even directly taught this servant a lesson. Moreover, he even mentioned the master of the Clear River Pavilion. All of this caused Tuoba Lingfeng's table of 16 people as well as the surrounding servants to be stunned. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, Yi Xian, who had stopped talking, had already raised his hand and flicked a small crystal. It fell beside the wailing guy on the ground and made a tinkling sound, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, a large number of gasps came out. The rest of the servants only took a glance and were so scared that they trembled all over. Level 9 colors. This burly man with a rough appearance and a violent temper, who was suspected to be a rogue cultivator, actually shot out a level 9 color star nucleus origin. The wailing guy lying on the ground with his hand covering his bloody mouth glanced at it and fainted on the spot. Even in the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, level 9 color star nucleus origin had not appeared for nearly 100 years. The last time it appeared was at the Imperial Capital's auction, which caused a sensation. This young master in front of them actually flicked out a level 9 color star nucleus origin. This was clearly the rhythm of using it to pay for food. It was too scary. Even if the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire came to pay for food, he would pay with a level 7 purple star nucleus origin. No one was willing to take out a level 8 black star nucleus origin, let alone a level 9 color star nucleus origin. This was a priceless cultivation resource, which had a strong effect on breaking through bottlenecks for the Origin Realm, the Tao Insight Realm, and even more powerful Starry Sky Masters. However, this young master in front of them did not take it seriously at all and directly threw it out as food. How terrifying was his background? It was said that Prince Xian of the Imperial Court had a large number of level 9 color star nucleus origin in his hands, but he was not so extravagant, right? How could such a background not make him faint on the spot? He was lucky that he did not directly die of fright. The Clear River Pavilion was indeed the Clear River Pavilion. The other waiters around them were shocked, but they soon reacted and each took action. One of them turned around and ran to call the supervisor, while the other 2 ran to Yi Xian, bowing and apologizing on the spot. Some of them carried the fainted man away in a hurry, and the bloodstains on the ground were quickly cleaned up. As soon as Yi Xian finished ordering, a middle-aged man at the peak of level 9 of the Origin Realm came in a hurry, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This scene scared Yi Xian. It was not necessary, right? He was only at level 3 of the Black Hole Realm. How could a strong man at the peak of level 9 of the Origin realm be so nervous and rush here? And he was wiping his cold sweat while running. If he had not seen all this with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. For the first time, Yi Xian actually had the misconception that he'd arrived at the mortal world in the cultivation world of the starry sky. A level 9 9-colored crystal instantly gave him a sense of superiority, as if he'd become a tycoon. This clear river pavilion was really a maverick place. It was a good place. I am Hu Dajiang, the director of the Clear River Pavilion. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? At this time, the director had already come close and stood respectfully by the table. He was still wiping his cold sweat, and politely asked Yi Xian, I have offended you a lot just now. The people below have eyes but failed to recognize you. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. He will not appear again. It seemed that the guy was going to be cleaned up. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Director Hu, you are too serious. It's just a small matter, a misunderstanding. I am Linghu Chong. Young Master Linghu. Ah. Linghu Chong. Steward who was holding the 9th level 9-colored pill in his hand as he handed it over to Yi Xian. When he suddenly heard Yi Xian introduce himself, his hands trembled. It was obvious that he was quite frightened. The 9th level 9-colored pill almost fell once again. Finally, after stealing a glance at Tuoba Lingfeng's table on the other side, he carefully put down the level 9 9-color star nucleus origin stone in his hand and said respectfully in a low voice, Young Master Linghu, please enjoy. This meal is my treat. This thing is too precious. How can it be used to pay for the meal? Please keep it well. No, no, no. I have never had the habit of being treated to meals and drinks. It's just a 9-color star nucleus origin stone. What is it? Yi Xian's heart moved, but he did not show it on his face. He picked up the level 9 9-color star nucleus origin stone again and put it directly in Director Hu's hand. Serve this 9-color star nucleus origin stone. I want the best one. Okay, I won't say more. I am a little hungry. Hurry up and arrange it. Chapter 32-25. Translator, trans and editor, trans and individual cultivator quote. At this time, Yi Xian felt comfortable all over. It felt so good to be pretentious. An existence at the peak of level 9 of the Origin realm didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. It was really cool. Besides, in addition to calling himself the young master, Yi Xian's words just now were a slap to the faces of the people at the table not far away. He reckoned that this time, he must have aroused their anger. Next, they would definitely come into contact with each other. Maybe it would even lead to a conflict. When the time came, he would talk more, and presumably he would be able to get some information. In fact, he really thought too much. At this moment, although everyone at Tuoba Lingfeng's table heard the provocation in his words, strangely, all of them, including Tuoba Linfeng, were quiet at this moment. They looked at Yi Xian with shock in their eyes, but not much anger. Although Yi Xian was very surprised and doubtful, he couldn't continue to provoke them since they suddenly became quiet. Anyway, no one came to drive him away. It was impossible for those guys to not say anything when they gathered together for a meal, right? In this case, he would be able to get some useful information. At this time, the delicacies at Yi Xian's table were served one after another. All kinds of fragrances assailed his nostrils, which made him very excited. Previously, although Yi Xian had ordered a few dishes, in the end, he'd instructed Steward Hu to order a table of dishes according to the 9th level. Therefore, at this moment, the dishes that were served were filled to the brim, and almost none of them were ordered by Yi Xian. However, they were the best dishes in the Clear River Pavilion, far surpassing what Tuoba Linfeng had prepared for the other 15 heirs of the top families. One of the dishes was a real dragon liver. Of course, this dragon was not the legendary divine dragon, but a kind of ferocious star beast in the void called the sub-blood hornless dragon. When it reached adulthood, it had the cultivation of the Tao insight realm, and its liver was highly poisonous before it reached adulthood, so it couldn't be eaten. In other words, Yi Xian's blood dragon sub-dragon liver was obtained by killing a grotto heaven realm ferocious star beast. Moreover, it was obtained within the last 3 days, because this kind of food would lose its freshness after 3 days and could no longer be eaten. Just this dish alone was enough to shock him. Before this, Yi Xian felt that it was too wasteful to throw out a 9th grade, 9-colored dish just to show off. Now, however, he felt that it was worth it. Although Yi Xian had been Prince Xian for a period of time, he hadn't enjoyed the treatment of a prince on the imperial capital's immortal star. On the way back to the imperial capital's immortal star from the heavenly river star, although he had been warmly entertained in the heavenly dust kingdom and the heavenly underworld imperial capital, the only banquet that could be compared to the banquet in front of him was the one that the officials of the heavenly underworld empire had hosted when they were in the heavenly underworld empire. It could be said that this was only the second time he had eaten a table of good food made with such top-grade ingredients. At this moment, he was so excited that he even forgot about Tuoba Lin Feng and the others at the table who were dumbfounded. He immediately began to eat the top-grade spirit wine. It just so happened that his appearance was also that of a starry sky strongman with a rough character. Even though his mouth was full of oil, they just happened to match each other and looked very harmonious. The first dish he tasted was the blood dragon sub-dragon liver braised in brown sauce. Yi Xian had eaten this dish once at the official banquet of the heavenly underworld imperial capital. Although this dish was also top grade, in terms of freshness, it was obviously a little worse than the previous one. Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization when he thought about how this kind of adult sub-blood dragon liver could only be stored for 3 days and couldn't be eaten after 3 days. As he ate, he muttered, "Sigh, it's already the 3rd day of this horned dragon liver. Although the ingredients are of the highest quality, the freshness is still a bit lacking, which affects the quality." As soon as this sentence was said, Director who had been waiting not far away, immediately flashed his eyes, and then quietly retreated. Based on this sentence alone, he was certain that this young Master Ling Hu was not lying. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person who didn't even know what the sub-blood dragon's liver tasted like would know that it was an ingredient that had been stored for 3 days just by eating it? In fact, the value of this blood dragon liver was almost the value of a level 9 9-color star nucleus origin. It was the main dish, and the rest were just complementary. A dish represented an adult blood dragon of the Tao Insight realm cultivation base. This degree of extravagance, even the young master of the Tuoba family didn't dare to enjoy it. Originally, this blood dragon liver was going to be roasted at night and sent to the owner of the Qingjiang pavilion if no one ordered it at noon today. It was enough to show its preciousness. However, Yi Xian tasted that it had been stored for 3 days after eating a piece, which showed that he often ate this kind of thing. Who else could be so extravagant and have the capital to be so extravagant? Except for the legendary young master of the Ling Hu family, who else could it be? In addition to Director Hu, the heirs of the 3 top families and forces in the imperial capital who could formulate the level 9 liquid from the immortal star were Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua of Celestial Master Creatures, and Dongfang Lin of Shenong Genes. At this moment, they all turned to look at each other as if they had a tacit understanding. As the heirs of the top forces from the immortal star, they were originally a level higher than the young masters of the top families such as the Tuoba family on the imperial capital star of the 3 empires. Therefore, they had also tasted the blood dragon liver. Although it was only once or twice, it was enough to let them know that Yi Xian's words were not empty. This guy was like them, who had eaten the blood dragon liver at least once or twice. His identity and background were not inferior to theirs. This was in line with the legendary Ling Hu family. Could it be that this Ling Hu Chong was really the young master of the Ling Hu family? On this point, in addition to the 3 of them, the others were also pondering in their hearts at this moment. A few people even whispered to each other. This can't really be the legendary Linghu family's member, right? But hearing him call himself the young master, it's probably not far from the truth. The surname Linghu is too sensitive. It hasn't appeared for more than 2,000 years. Even if there are some scattered clansmen wandering outside, those who are qualified to be called the young master are probably only the direct descendants of the Linghu family back then. There's something strange about this. Could it be that he's here because of the exchange this time? Is the Linghu family going to appear again? I heard that they were able to formulate the level 9 liquid more than 2,000 years ago. They are the first family in the imperial capital. No matter how amazing the Linghu family was back then, they were annihilated in the dust of history in the end. No one knows what happened back then, but this time, the Linghu family clearly came with a high profile. This is really the rhythm of their appearance. Unfortunately, they are no longer glorious now. They don't even have the qualifications to enter the exchange conference.